Secretary Generals of local organizations and representatives of local municipalities, I am greeting you all. I am saluting you all. Today is a distinct day for us, and we are meeting at the Pearl of the Mediterranean, and we are together with you here. Some of us are participating in person, but some of us are participating through online technologies, and we are discussing the new term, the future, in Izmir, and we are organizing and planning the future together with you. Unfortunately, this pandemic that troubles our world for a long time, we haven't been able to get together. We have been apart, especially in MENA. Our last meeting was held in Nevşehir here in Turkey, and with this meeting, unfortunately, the meetings in Turkey were postponed, but we are here today, and thankfully, thanks to the vaccination activities, with all the measures and precautions that are being taken, we have made headway, and we have been able to get together in person, and therefore I would like to welcome the participants coming from foreign worlds who came here, and I would like to welcome you all, and I would like to salute you all with sincere feelings. Izmir Metropolitan Municipality, the 4th UCLG Culture Summit, I would like to welcome you to the first day and first session of this summit. And we will have interpreting in different languages, and you can see this in the booklets and leaflets. Local government representatives coming from around the world and stakeholders working in the domain of culture. And I hope this meeting will be held online in this hybrid way will be fruitful. In the first meeting, hopefully, will contribute to the success of the summit. Our topic is very important. Local governments and cultural heritage in the context of future, especially in this area of the world, the cultural heritage which is focused in this area. As UCLG MEVA, we are giving this message. Heritage does not only belong to the past. It's not a stagnant concept. Indeed, to the contrary, it's a living, active concept. Another message that we are reiterating is cultural heritage management must be multi-layered. Local, national, and international full coordination is needed between these authorities, and in this process, local governments has to be at the heart of the heritage management and take an important role in this important process. A sustainable future and the relation between this cultural heritage should be approached in two different ways. One is the protection of cultural heritage, the conflicts, climate change, immigration movements, and disorganized urbanization has destructive effects on tangible and intangible heritage. In this sense, local governments are facing these challenges and problems, and they have great potential to contribute to the solution of these challenges. And the second thing is culture, how to make use of or utilize cultural heritage to reach a sustainable future. As you know, When we say heritage, we're not just talking about antique cities or historical remnants or protected sites. We're talking about beliefs and information, ancient wisdom. How to devise solutions to these challenges is important, and we should ask this question. Traditional agriculture, Izmir is making a return to traditional agriculture and seeds, and this is a good example of such practices, and we should increase such examples. Social integration, climate change, and we can use and utilize cultural heritage in these areas and strategies that will take us to sustainable future. We can look at our past from such a spectacle, and we are hosting very important, renowned keynote speakers here to discuss these issues. Deputy Chairman of ICOMOS, Zeynep Gül Ünal, will be the keynote speaker here, and I am now inviting her to the floor. And here again, Edirne Mayor Recep Gürkan, which is the mayor of the city of Edirne, will be sharing their know-how and experiences with us. And now I'm inviting him to the stage as well. Again, the deputy mayor of Kazan, Evgenia Lodvigova, I also invite her, kindly invite her to the floor. And we also have a guest from Lyon, Culture Objective 18 Director Mark Vilrubias, and I would like to extend my thanks to him to physically attending this meeting in person. As I have mentioned at the beginning of my speech, we have some of our speakers were not able to come in person, but they will be attending remotely through online technologies. And you can also address your questions through Zoom. Giovanni Pascal will be actually noting down, and Mr. Jordi will be noting down those questions. Will help us to actually follow time constraints. If we can actually manage to finish this first session on time, we'll be able to finish the other sessions on time as well. Again, from ICOMOS India, Navin Liplani will be also attending this meeting remotely. Again, we have Rena Baledi attending from Malbo Culture Department. Again, Carlos Sanchez will be attending from the Teresa municipality, who's carrying out activities about world cultural heritage. Our speakers will be talking about local government and cultural heritage and the role and the challenges and strategies to actually ensure a sustainable future. They'll be sharing their information and know-how. They will be sharing their perspective about these issues, especially the protection of the cultural and natural heritage of the world. In order to increase and step up these activities, the Sustainable Development Goals 11.4, how are we going to achieve this goal, and the relationship of cities to other stakeholders, and the role of cultural heritage in resolving problems. So it will be a brainstorming activity. It will be opening up new horizons and visions for us. So I will not take more of your time. Now I'll leave the floor to ICOMOS Deputy Chairman Zeynep Gül Ünal. I invite her to the floor.
Good morning, günaydın. Thank you, Mr. Secretary Mehmet Duman, and Your Excellencies. It's a great honor for me to be with you for the first time in our capacity as ICOMOS International here in the 4th UCLG Cultural Summit. I would like to thank the Metropolitan Municipality of Izmir and UCLG Summit Organization, which brought together experts working on the management of cities and the preservation of culture for a single inspiring vision, a sustainable future. It's a pleasure to be in Izmir, Güzel İzmir, with its many cultural sites in UNESCO World Heritage List, which are also declaration of the value of their architectural, aesthetic, cultural, symbolic, and philosophical features for the whole world, provides the perfect environment for the Culture Summit. Hereby, also, I would like to celebrate the 99th, this year will be the 99th year, the day that is very important for the history of Izmir, September 9. The time allotted for me for this speech is 10 minutes. And during this time, in different parts of the world, disaster will continue to occur. High and low intensity of conflicts will continue in many regions. Until I finish my speech, 78 more people will have to leave their homes in the hope of safe life due to the fires, floods, earthquakes, and conflicts. According to UN Refugee Agency, this is the numbers from the declared in July 2021 data, 82.4 million people worldwide were forcibly displaced due to the nature or human-induced disaster and effect on climate change. According to UN today, 55% of the world's population lives in urban areas, and proportion that is expected to increase 6.68% by 2050. Projections shows that the urbanization, the gradual shift in residence of human population from rural to urban areas, combined with the overall growth of the world's population, could add another 2.5 billion people to urban areas by 2050. This data shows the necessity of dynamic planning and management policy in order to ensure sustainable development in the face of the migrations to be triggered by the new generation disasters that will occur in the future due to the increasing urban population and global climate change. This picture shows the times is running against us when it comes to taking precautions to ensure a sustainable life for living all beings. We know that the individual efforts of countries and institutions are not enough to ensure a sustainable life in cities and nature. This can only be possible when the effective mobilization and continuity of cross-border and interinstitutional cooperation. We experienced this together, especially during COVID-19 pandemic. We know that the common point of both universal calls of Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction adopted by the United Nations will complete in first 15-year cycle in 2030, and the Sustainable Development Goals is ensuring safe, sustainable life for everyone on our planet, regardless of race, gender, belief, social status, and in an environment of dynamic variables. The reason of the emphasis on cultural heritage in these two universal calls is not only the building stock created by the cultural heritage in cities, the economic impact it provides, the contribution of architecture to creative inspiration, or a draw attention to the risk posed by the vulnerability of disasters. This emphasis is for the necessity for preserving the traditional architecture, rituals, actions conveyed in local language, ancient teachings of life in harmony with all conditions of the nature, and the knowledge that make it possible to continue to exist for many centuries that make up the cultural heritage all over the world. Cultural heritage is three-dimensional evidence for the sustainable and resilient existence of the settlements. There is the same simple principle actually to determining the roadmap, use the planning for every journey. Determine your starting point, destination and route. To measure the distance you have covered during this journey, you need to look back at your starting point. This is the main role that cultural heritage plays in both the planning of the safe journey of the cities to the future and the realization of the journey, to provide us with this reference throughout the cultural heritage that form the collective memory of our past. The connection between the founding purpose of the ICOMOS, the organization I represent here today, and the Sustainable Development Goals at this point is the protection of cultural heritage as a power of example. Probably many of you know the International Council of Monuments and Sites. This organization, over 10,500 members in 131 countries and working throughout 102 national committees and 29 international scientific committees. It's the only global non-governmental organization of this kind, dedicated to promoting the application of theory, methodology, and scientific techniques to the conservation, protection, use, and enhancement of tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Since the establishment in 1965, the aim mission of the ICOMOS is to bring together conservation specialists from all around the world and to serve as a forum for professional dialogue and exchange for a better understanding, conservation, and management of heritage sites, structures, ensembles, and areas, including landscapes in their tangible and intangible dimension. With the agreement to be signed between UCLG and ICOMOS International today, we will be one step closer to integrate the goals of the two organizations in one single agenda for a sustainable future. Hereby, I would like to thank to our colleagues from UCLG and ICOMOS International for mobilizing all of their efforts for making this happen. And I would like to thank everyone here today for standing together for a sustainable future. Thank you for your attention.
Tabii İKOMOS birçok farklı bölgede dünyanın
ICOMOS in different parts of the world is actively working, and they are serving very important services. And following that session, there will be a memorandum of understanding to be signed between UCLG and ICOMOS following the meeting, the session here, and the representatives will sign the MOU between two organizations. I'd like to thank Zeynep Hanım, and I'd like to continue with the second speaker, Recep Gürkan, please.
Normally, politicians actually like to speak from the podium. Distinguished chairman, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed participants, as I start my speech, Izmir is the heroic city, and I'd like to congratulate the liberation, the 99th anniversary of the liberation of the city of Izmir. And at the occasion of this anniversary, when we look at the independence war of our country, of course, it does not signify just the liberation of a city, but it also signifies the liberation of an entire nation. Here, I would like to commemorate Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, our founder, and all our heroes, martyrs, for their sacrifice to save and liberate our country. Cultural heritage, when we look at cultural heritage, it's a holistic concept. It's not a concept that stands in isolation. When we look at Edirne, I am the mayor of Edirne. It's the westernmost end neighbor to Bulgaria. We have a 15-kilometer long border, and another side, at the other side, is Greece. So we are neighbors with two EU members, and we have been neighbors with these countries for 1,000 years. Edirne, it's history of 8,300 years, has been the home of very diverse civilizations throughout its history. Edirne has been home to different civilizations, different settlements and culture, and it actually hosts different diverse cultural heritage. So when we look at the protection of cultural heritage and to make it sustainable, to carry this cultural heritage to the future, the most important responsibility is incumbent upon municipalities. So if these municipalities are not sincere about this, if they do not actually look at cultural heritage something that is entrusted to them, it's not to make it sustainable for a long time. To give an example, I'd like to exemplify our approach. Edirne, as of today, is in terms of UNESCO cultural heritage, world heritage, is quite lucky. In 2011, it entered intangible cultural heritage, the Kırkpınar oil wrestling. Again, it also entered the Ottoman Empire's Mimar Sinan's mastership, the Selimiye Mosque, the masterpiece. In 2014, Istanbul Edirne, it entered the Ebru art, which is intangible cultural asset. And again, in 2017, together with Macedonia, the Hıdır Ellez was also accepted as a holiday, which is intangible cultural heritage asset. And we have two tangible cultural heritage candidates which are ready to enter these lists. And the second Beyazıt in 1488, there is and another stone bridge which was built in 1444, which is 1,293 meters long. So when we look at in these terms, cultural heritage is not just about tangible assets. So is local municipalities accepted to only protect these tangible assets? Undoubtedly no. The answer to this question is no. Of course, it is our job to carry these. It's easy to carry these tangible assets to the future. Structurally, if there's a problem, then you do static solutions and take some architectural measures to protect them, to carry them to the future. But when it comes to intangible asset, cultural heritage, you have to take care of these intangible assets like you take care of a baby. When you are carrying these assets to the future, you have to protect their idiosyncratic qualities. This cultural heritage is quite an important topic. Should we give up one for another, or should we try to sustain both of them at the same time? In 2014, when I was elected mayor of Edirne, in the first city council meeting, we took a decision to protect the city, the Selimiye Mosque, to carry the silhouette, the skyline, and the cultural assets should be compatible with the skyline of the Selimiye Mosque. So no structure should give license to any building that would actually be incompatible with this skyline. So we have been quite distinctive about this issue. So we are talking about intangible assets, cultural heritage. We cannot just protect it by itself. We have to actually protect the surrounding area, the vicinity. So we should not allow any development that will actually hide or not allow any negative aspects that will bring a shade to this silhouette. Again, Kırkpınar oil wrestling is intangible cultural heritage. It's a magnificent intangible cultural asset. Again, in 5-6 May, it has become a global festival. The Hıdrellez and Katava festivals, which are local cultural festivals. These festivals, actually, when we look at from a traditional perspective, has been ongoing for 14 centuries. To protect these intangible assets is as important as protection of tangible cultural heritage. So, I'm not just talking about monumental sites, but any architectural structure for 2, 3, or 50 years, like Sagrada Familia example. You can actually build them, you can protect them, but traditions, intangible cultural heritage, intangible values, this oral culture, you need tens of centuries, thousands of years to create these intangible. It's as if a pearl, like a diamond. They are precious, and it's open to foreign influences. And these cultural heritage, which does not mean much for modern culture, is actually represents the identity, the fiber, the character, the social fiber. So it carries utmost importance to carry these intangible cultural assets, heritage to the future. So Edirne, in terms of this, is one of the luckiest cities in the world. I would like to give you some tangible examples, concrete examples from the near history. In 1912, 119 years ago, it's like yesterday when you consider the history of the humankind. 119 years ago, in Edirne municipality, there were 12 city council members. And 6 of these were Muslim. One was Greek origin, one was Bulgarian, one was Romanian, one was Italian, one was Armenian, and one was Jewish. So there were members from 7 different ethnicities and religious cultures. So this is a cultural harmony. When you look at the administration of a city, they had say in the management of the city. They had equal say. So this cultural heritage, how can you achieve? How can you achieve this with any tangible structure? So today, at present, this is imprinted in our genetic codes, this culture of living together, accepting each other as we are, to have tolerance to each other, integrated way of life, harmony, still continues in the city of Edirne. Distinguished guests, esteemed guests, I am really pleased and honored to be here in Izmir, and I would like to extend my thanks to UCLG. Right after the pandemic, all codes of ethics and behaviors are this pandemic is changing, so we are coming. We have to create new reflexes, new behaviors in the post-pandemic world. We have seen that the world is not so strong as we thought, and we are vulnerable to even small threats. We have learned this through this pandemic experience. Pandemic has changed all our behaviors, and the mobility in the world, it transformed the mobility in the world, and it will continue to do so, it seems like that. So at this point, physically, we are distant from each other, but we are going to get together in online venues and platforms, but we should never forget that the world is not actually made of groups, independent groups from each other. We are dependent, we are vulnerable to each other. As pandemic erupted in Wuhan, affected the whole world, so we are tied together When we look at the cultural heritage world UNESCO, the Selimiye Mosque, which entered the UNESCO tangible cultural heritage. As a Muslim Turk, I am responsible, but a Greek is a Greek person. A Kazakh person is equally responsible. A British person is equally responsible for the protection of this cultural asset, regardless of religion. On the other hand, as a Turkish person who's Muslim, I am also responsible for the protection of the Acropole in Athens. So we cannot just carry ourselves to the future by only protecting our own culture or cultural heritage. So us as humanity, we are not going to destroy this cultural heritage. Inheritance usually tend to sell. We have a responsibility to our children and our grandchildren to carry this cultural heritage and to leave a better world to our children. I salute you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we are really enriched with tangible and intangible cultural heritage, and Edirne is just an example of that cultural heritage. So we have listened to your experience about all these cultural heritage, and right now, within the UCLG Eurasia organization, I'd like to invite Evgenia Ludgova, the Deputy Mayor of Kazan, to the floor.
Çalışmıyor ki.
And we know that throughout the whole period of its existence, the city flourished and it went into decay, but it managed to preserve a lot of unique sites.
Var da çok yankılı geliyor sesi.
Do you have a translation? Can you hear me? It's returning back to Izmir. Yesterday, I had a chance to visit it. It's the first time. It's truly a unique city that had a long history. There were lots of ups and downs, and a lot has been preserved. And we can see vividly that the local authorities invested in the development of the professional specialists, urbanists, architects, city developers, cultural specialists that helped to make the city heritage the way we see it today. And the greater interest in the cultural imposes new rules, or new game rules in this drastically changing world, where people see in their cultural and historical sites the advantages that improve their quality of life. And for us, as for the local and regional governments, it's very important the population get involved in all the cultural projects. And such precious centers for the local governments are different associations, non-governmental organizations that are working in the sphere of culture. And their independent status allows to voice the population interests, and they could be effective tools in implementation of different types of events. An important landmark in our work is not only to preserve the heritage, but to promote it. We managed to develop the model of the cultural tourism that, on the one hand, allows to avoid excessive pressure on the cultural heritage sites, but on the other, aimed at development of specific routes, on creation of new tourist centers, and on reviving forgotten traditions and arts. Today, Kazan has 565 sites of cultural heritage that have the registered in a special document. And most of them are of the federal and of the regional significance, and 68 monuments It is the responsibility of the Kazan municipality. An important activity in preserving the monuments of culture and history in Kazan when the local government paid attention to the condition of our heritage. At that time, we actively developed the international cooperation at that sphere, and the first very important achievement here is the inclusion of the architectural and cultural complex of the Kremlin in UNESCO World Heritage List back in 2000. It's true pearl in the architectural of our city, and here we see the organic combination of the best samples of the Russian and Tatar architecture, West and East, Islam and Christianity, modernity and history. It's the true treasure of the global community, and it's true gift by the UNESCO for the millennial celebration of the city of Kazan. And a lot of preparation has been done prior to the events. We have a special federal program on preserving and development of the historical city center. We implemented the program of the dilapidated housing elimination, where from the central part of the city, many residents find a new accommodation, and we saw the buildings that developed the specific construction, and you know, as the house without any host is different. It was very important to preserve the historical center, its buildings, and it's important that the whole world helped us in preserving the historical site. It's supported by economists, sociologists, ecologists, and ethnographers, and we were much supported by the federal laws and legislative initiatives on the cultural heritage sites. The next landmark in development of the Kazan monuments is the period of preparation for the University Games back in 2013, when the city administration conducted a large-scale work on basically we're selling for 1 ruble of the cultural heritage sites that were owned by municipality, and major investors bought these monuments and they restored and revived them, actually. And there was a lot of work that has been done by the municipality of Kazan. We found unattended sites that needed some recovery and some rehabilitation. And besides, the city and the Republic was actively involved and invested a lot in providing the infrastructural and 3 different facilities, and we restored more than 300 sites of historical heritage, including 88 monuments of history and culture. A special emphasis was given to the reconstruction of the old Tata settlement. That's truly the landmark, the pearl of our city. Back in 2000s, we developed a methodology on reconstruction works in the territory of the reserves, where thanks to the municipality budget, we changed all the engineering communications, the money of the investors for the reconstruction of the premises that they occupied. And as of today, Old Tatar settlement, Stara Tatarska Slovena, is the place where you can truly immerse into the history of Tatar people. We treat the history very respectfully of all the ethnicities living in our region, in our multi-faith, multinational Kazan. It's actually home for 115 nationalities. In this concord between religions and cultures, and basically in July, on the 21st of July, we finished the large-scale works on reviving the cathedral of the Kazan icon of Mother Mary with this the cave temple, and we had some also initiatives for finding the accommodation for people lived in the nearby regions, and we just demolished some dilapidated garages, and as it is heritage, all these events were agreed with the federal government on reviving the exterior and interior of this cathedral. We're very proud of this site, because the Kazan is the center for pilgrimage and religious tourism, because it's one of the important sacred sites on the heritage of the Orthodox worlds. That's the icon of Kazan Mary, Mother Mary. And the qualitative approach and the proper operation, it is the most efficient way to preserve the heritage of the city. And we dedicate special attention to training the specialists and the specific specialists in the sphere of tourism and museum that are being trained by our university. Kazan Federal University is one of the oldest It is more than 200 years old, as well as Kazan State Architecture University. A great contribution is made by the activists, and back in 2016, they joined the festival Tom Sawyer Fest. That's the festival on reviving historical environment, thanks to the commitment of the volunteers and by the money of the investors. And many depressive areas have their second chance. And now we're working on the cultural heritage site. That's the building of the hotel. And after studying some historical materials and authors of the project suggested some coloring of the facades, which is different from the current one, but relevant for the historical heritage. And it implies some other bringing new functionality to this area. Over the 20 years, we're doing great work on preserving cultural heritage and unique feature of our city. And not only the leadership of the government of the Republic and of the city municipality participate, but also enthusiasts, active local citizens. So our vision is to revive these cultural heritage sites and to preserve the unique atmosphere of the squares, yards, and beautiful embankments. It's impossible to imagine the life of the modern Kazan without cultural heritage. That heritage forms a unique mentality of the Kazan dwellers. It creates the continuity of humanitarian values, and we have a unique experience, and of course we are ready to share it. And of course, taking this opportunity, I'd like to tell you that Kazan was defined as the place to host the 45th session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee in 2022. And it's a great honor for us. And at the same time, it's high responsibility, because in 2022, we will celebrate the 50th convention on the World Cultural and Natural Heritage Convention. And I do hope that all who came here will be able to come to share this joy, this holiday, and it will attract the attention of the global community to the importance of preserving the cultural and natural community. Our experience in the summit. I would like to wish you health, well-being, and prosperity. Thank you very much for your attention.
de sanıyorum
Yeah, in this session, yeah, we had some difficulties in interpreting from English to Turkish, French, Spanish, and Russian languages. There is interpretation, but there's been a problem with the Russian interpretation. So, until we solve that problem, so we should give the priority to other languages. And meanwhile, the technical personnel should try their best to solve that problem. I would like to turn to India. Can we contact with Navin Piplani right now? With India? Can you get through with India if you could overcome the difficulty? We can connect to India. From Indian culture, I'd like to give the floor to Navin Piplani. If you are ready, the floor is yours.
Okay, we hear you.
Okay?
Okay, it's okay. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay.
Take the floor.
Good morning, and I'm very happy to be presenting from India, although everyone would agree that being in Izmir and being in Turkey would have been the best possible option to attend this culture summit and meet all these interesting culture people from all over the place. At the beginning, I must congratulate UCLG and say that UCLG is, I think, one of the most powerful organizations, cultural organizations, in working towards bringing about the desirable change in the world. And I was very happy to also see Zainab from ICOMOS, because ICOMOS again is one of the powerful organizations bringing heritage professionals together in a network for unconditional exchange of ideas and views, and it's very heartening that they'll be signing an MOU this morning. Now I put on the hat of INTAC. INTAC, for those who do not know, is the Indian National Trust for Art and Cultural Heritage, set up in 1984, as about over 200 chapters all over the country, with about 10,000 members in the country. India is quite unique in a way that we have two kinds of heritages. One which is protected by the government at the central, state or local level, which is about 8,000 odd monuments and sites. But then we have innumerable heritage sites and places which are unprotected, which means they have no kind of legal protection in the country. And INTAC was set up to for the conservation, protection, management, care of these unprotected heritage and sites, of which we have done quite a bit of listing, and we've got about 70,000 sites across the country. Which brings me to the topic of this meeting today, where cities, play the most important role, because where are these places? These places are in cities, and cities could and need to play a pivotal role in the promotion and preservation of cultural heritage and cultural dimension of development, because cities are those built environments where the majority of urban population lives, where the majority of urban population works, and where the majority of urban population grows. People take birth and die, and their entire lifespans are spent in cities in which they live. Cities provide innumerable sources of identity. Who you are, where do you come from, memory and aspirations. Children grow and they remember the areas where they have been in their childhood, and these memories stay with them. What do you want to be? Where do you want to study? Where do you want to be when you are 30, 40, 50 years? So, cities are not only, they connect you to the past, they play a critical role in your present, but they also lead you into the future. And this happens in and around the urban built environment, of course. And therefore, culture needs to be embedded inextricably. Culture and city should not be seen separate. Culture thrives in the city, and city nurtures culture. So it's almost like it's almost inseparable. So I have three propositions for the roles that cities can play in promoting culture and cultural dimension. First is develop city-level policies which are specific, to the point, and they are doable, that situate culture at the core of all civic aspects, all, including health, planning, education, development, recreation, whatever it may be. Because overall well-being of a person who's living in a city needs to be in contact with culture 24/7, 365 days, his entire life. My second proposition is to implement these city-level policies into projects so that they don't remain only at policy level. The projects that demonstrate the will, the intention, and the impact of these culture-driven policies. So they are not abstract pieces of paper which are in files, but they are realized projects that people can enjoy and engage with. My third proposition is to offer city-level incentives to policymakers, to administrative departments, to implementing agencies, to development organizations, and most importantly, inhabitants of the city. People should not feel penalized because they are living in, around, or close to a heritage site. People should take pride in the fact that they are living in, around, and close to a heritage site. Of course, there are certain geocultural contexts across the globe with very strong presence and influence of colonial approaches to heritage. and conservation, and therefore things become difficult for people and for decision makers. Now, these approaches may have lost their relevance and meaning in the current social, cultural, political, and economic context. So there is an urgent need to consider post-colonial or rather decolonial approaches to cultural heritage so that local distinctiveness can flourish, local freedom of expression can flourish, and so on. Now, for all this to happen, greater opportunities and resources need to be created in every city of the world, and my appeal is to every city of the world, in order to establish better communication, better connection, and better care amongst cities, amongst cultures, and amongst communities. There is a very straightforward connection between cities, cultures, and communities. And it is this relationship that needs to be harnessed and nurtured. It is possible to do so. It is not a difficult proposition at all. It is very much possible to do so in the current global market economy, digital connectedness, international networks, political harmony, and most importantly, cultural voicefulness. Voice that culture is getting over past few years is amazing, is commendable, and it is showing results. And the event that we are participating in today is one such magnificent example of what my proposition has been so far. So I congratulate all of you who are in person sitting and discussing some of these issues, and as and when required, and wherever there are possibilities, the online participation is also available to all of us who are not able to join you. Thank you so much and have a great event. Thank you.
Evet, biz
So we'd like to thank Nevin Piplani, and we will continue with the second speaker. We have a connection with the Spain, right? The technical people. If there is a connection established with Carlos Sanchez, the director of candidacy of Liceo Agro as World Heritage from Teresa.
I wonder if you can see my presentation, my PowerPoint presentation.
evet, teknik arkadaşlar sunumu yansıtabilirlerse iyi olur. Sanchez, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present the project of the Episcopal See of Egara. Next slide. The See of Egara is one of the most interesting monuments of the Visigothic Spain, and also key to understanding the process of Christianization of medieval Europe. The bishopric of Egara, founded around 450 AD, was the period of greatest splendor in an area where an episcopal ensemble of exceptional artistic importance was developed. Next slide. The monument is situated in Terrassa, the fourth largest city in Catalonia. The city has an intensive, diverse cultural offer, which comprises all areas of creativity and the arts. Next slide, please. It also has a wide range of cultural equipments, as well as a powerful associative fabric that generates a constant activity, an extensive calendar of popular and traditional festivals, and a rich cultural of architectural heritage, especially the industrial modernism, which have become the main signs of identity of the city. Next slide, please. However, Terrassa hides a jewel of the European cultural heritage, not sufficiently known. The Episcopal See of Egara is an exceptional example of the reading of a liturgical space decorated with Christian painting from the 6th century, of which few examples are preserved. Next slide, please. In the field of architecture, the complex can be considered as one of the first signs of the arrival to the Iberian Peninsula of architectural solutions applied in the eastern part of the Byzantine Empire. Next slide. Next one, please. Likewise, the paintings present a clear link with Byzantine painting from the time of Emperor Justinian, 6th century. A key element to understanding the transference of cultures that took place between the 5th and 6th centuries in Spain, the population of Hispano-Roman culture, the Visigothic people, and the Byzantine Empire. Next slide. But I don't intend to do a history class today. The main goal of my intervention is to show the strategies that we use to integrate this ancient monument in the city cultural reality. Traditionally, the Sea of Egara has been considered exclusively as a religious space, a place where you could do nothing but get married. Aware of the heritage value of the complex, Terrassa City Council promoted a project for the cultural development and urban integration of the Sea of Egara. Next slide, please. This project had three objectives. First, to define a good strategy of presentation through the restoration and museumization of the monument. In this field, I would like to underline the installation of a new paving system that allows us to visualize the different archaeological stages of the monument. Next slide, please. The second goal was to integrate the monument into the urban fabric of the city. The urban development plan of Terrassa defines that the Sea of Egara has a large protection zone consisting of two elements. Next slide. On the one hand, the Valparadís Park has a specific protection regime. On the other, vehicle access is restricted in the entire area. In addition, a walkway, as you can see, was built to link the Sea of Egara with the eastern quarters of the city. Next slide, please. Furthermore, we cannot forget the importance of making cultural heritage accessible. For this reason, we have installed a tactile model of the monument for visually impaired people, and we also produce videos in sign language. Next slide, please. However, the major aim of this project was to turn the Sea of Egara into a cultural icon of the city and to ensure the social use of the monument. We have a calendar of activities in the cultural programming of the city: music, poetry, visual arts, theater, and exhibitions, festive days organized by cultural entities, and a wide variety of educational activities. Next one, please. The pandemic has not slowed down our desire to turn the monument into a cultural stage, and we have continued to carry out activities in virtual format. Next one, please. And the other one. What has been the impact of these measures? The project has turned the Sea of Egara into a key element of cultural cohesion and has contributed to fostering a sense of ownership and local identity. Next one, please. Once the project for the cultural development was completed, the City Council initiated the project for the candidacy to UNESCO World Heritage, under the conviction that the declaration process would open a new stage in the cultural revitalization of the site. For this reason, and after the incorporation of the monument to the World Heritage Tentative List, we are currently working on the implementation of measures to promote local identity. The project includes several areas of action: working table with different municipal services, scientific research, institutional coordination, awareness and education, communication, citizen participation, protection, and conservation. Next slide, please. The one of the projects we are working on is the celebration of a festive day in which the schools are the protagonists. We will give the keys of the monument to the schools, and the students will make guided tours for visitors, concert, plays, and they will also create merchandising products. Next slide, please. I think this is the last one. Another one, please. Next one. The Sea of Egara has transformed the sociocultural reality of the city. Nowadays, the monument is not only a religious ensemble. After the restoration works, it has become a privileged example of the integration of heritage in the city. A privileged space to promote the development of education, social cohesion, and cultural exchange. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward to seeing you soon in Terrassa. Thank you very much.
Evet, biz de çok teşekkür.
We'd like to thank you for your speech. If we'll continue with Malbo, with Mark, do you have the connection?
Evet, duyuyoruz.
We can hear you.
Very good.
You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by thanking the organizers and let you know that it's an honor for me and the culture department of Malmö to be part of this summit. Thank you very much. So my name is Elena Baledi, and I work as a project leader at the Department of Culture in the city of Malmö in Sweden. I'm leading the department's anti-racist work to combat Islamophobia and Afrophobia, and I'm one of 2 project leaders for an anti-racist monument in Malmö. And this is the project that I will focus on and talk about during my 5 minutes, since I think it answers well to some of the questions we're talking about this morning. But first, let me give you some context. Malmö is Sweden's 3rd largest city with a population of approximately 300,050 inhabitants from 184 countries and with an astonishing diversity of 150 languages spoken. And almost half of Malmö's population is either foreign-born or have at least one parent that is foreign-born. And the project Anti-Racist Monument is based on the need for a common place in the city that embodies Malmö residents' experiences of racism. And the idea is that the monument will create space and conditions for discussions about structural racism and processing of having been lived in Malmö between 2003 and 2010. Because you see, during those years, Malmö and its residents were terrorized by the violent acts of a serial killer who shot at Malmö residents who did not fit in to his notion of who is Swedish, based on name, skin color, and hair color. The killer shot at black people, Roma people, and those he racialized as Muslims. And the shooter was finally arrested in 2010 and was sentenced to a life in prison. And after several interviews with him in prison, the Swedish historian and professor Matthias Gardell come to the conclusion that the purpose of the serial killer was to create tension between white and non-white Malmö residents and to create distrust to the multiculturalism that exists in Malmö. On May 1st, 2019, 9 years after he was arrested, a call for anti-racist monument in memory of those who fell victim to the racist violence in Malmö was published in the local newspaper by 5 civil society personas. The initiative quickly grew strong and pointed out, among other things, the total lack of public and collective acknowledgement, processing, and mourning for the racist violence that shook Malmö as a city during those years. The 5 initiators and the civil society call for an anti-racist monument did not only consist of a desire to build a monument, but also a clear desire for in-depth discussion about our city, about racism, anti-racism, and the creation of a common place in our city. A place where a monument is giving the function of not only portraying Malmöites experiences of racism, but also confirming the racialized victims' humanity and lives as valuable, grievable, and belonging to Malmö and Sweden as such. And when we asked the initiators and the civil society, why a monument? The answer we get is that the monument as a public sculpture stretches far back in time and has been about manifesting a historical happening or person, and that monument represents part of national history and therefore is part of shaping public cultural memory and common cultural heritage. And that is true in many ways, because moving through urban landscape not only means moving to the city, but also orienting oneself through several layers of history that the city carries on through its urban planning and public arts. This also points out that experiences, stories, and bodies are assigned value and assumed to be a public interest. Some stories, experiences, and bodies have a voice, while others are silenced. And the political leaders in the city of Malmö became involved in this issue. And now the anti-racist monument is under process and run by the Department of Culture, together, of course, and in collaboration with the civil society group who initiated the call for a monument. And right now, we're in the middle of the process. And this collaborative method used is a new way for the city of Malmö to work with art projects initiated by the civil society. So there is a lot to be figured out, and if everything goes as planned, we will have anti-racist monument somewhere in Malmö in the year 2023, sorry. But until then, already this autumn, Malmö residents will be able to take part in the project's public parts. The public is invited to participate in this process through, among other things, film screenings, conversations, and exchange of experiences and lectures. And during this autumn, 5 different artists will contribute to the project through a series of temporary public artworks. The artists have been given individual assignments that in different ways will relate to the social, political, and historical dimension of public space and cultural heritage. There is today a great awareness that cultural heritage actors not only manage cultural heritage, but also actively create it. That cultural heritage is activated through human actions based on values, political tendencies, and ideologies. Some individuals are portrayed as subjects and given a name, while others are presented as anonymous bodies. Some specific historical fragments are preserved, while others are passed into oblivion. Some people are given a voice, and others are silent, as I said. And that means that the emerging demand from society today to cultural and heritage actors is to check their blind spots and biases. And perhaps an anti-racist monument in Malmö can be a place for the city that can create room for coexistence, diversity, and new horizons of opportunities. A place that can deepen democracy and challenge inequalities without simplifying and making conflicts invisible. Because we believe in the potential of cultural heritage in building back better, stronger, and more sustainable societies. And again, thank you very much for having us, and thank you for your attention.
Evet, biz teşekkür ediyoruz.
We thank you to the culture department, to Ranabaladi. Now we're going back to Asia. Deputy Mayor, if we can contact. Hello.
5 dakikanız var.
Sayın meslektaşlar, правильно, да?
Distinguished colleagues,
Я Азимов Джасур Махмудович, вице-мэр города Ош. Тема моего доклада – местные власти и культурное наследие города Ош. Я немножко слов хочу сказать о нашем славном городе Ош. Ош – это второй по величине город в Кыргызстане, официально получивший статус южной столицы. республики, находящиеся на юго-восточной окраине Ферганской долины. Извините, на окраине Ферганской впадины и северного подножия Кичи-Алайского хребта. Северо-восточная окраина Памира Алай на высоте 700 тысяч метров над уровнем моря. С трех сторон Ош окружают отрогами этого хребта, а в центре города на высоту более чем 100 метров поднимается гора Сулейманто. Сегодня город
İspanyolca çalışıyor tercüme ama diğerlerine bir bakın, kontrol edin isterseniz.
Продолжить можно, да? Город Ош – это один из древних городов Ош, который является административным центром Ошской области. Это крупный экономический и культурный центр, сохранивший свое неповторимое очарование и таинственность Древнего Востока. Я немного хочу сказать слов о наших культурных наследиях. Самое главное, самое первоочередное наше на сегодняшний день – это Сулейман-гора, Сулейманто. Сулейманто находится в центре города Ош. Находится в центре города Ош.
Azimov, özüm Süleyman Toğu'nda bulundu ancak you should choose Russian language. You should choose Russian language.
Süleymanto.
No. You should choose Russian language from your computer.
Добрый день. Вы, пожалуйста, нажмите на вашей презентации русский язык. Выберите, пожалуйста. Внизу там такой глобус есть. Нажмите русский языk, выберите.
Kusura bakmayın, uzaktan tercümede sıkıntı çekiyoruz, sağlantı kurulamadı.
Fortunately, we're having problems with interpretation through Zoom.
Sadece İspanyolca duyulabiliyor galiba.
Все, да, нормально? Нормально?
Normal değil.
Все нормально, да? Я включил русский язык.
Okay,
Да,
please go
давайте
ahead.
попробуем.
Please go ahead.
Пробуем, да? Так, уважаемые коллеги, извините. Да. I'm sorry. Извините за технические неполадки. Я хочу сказать насчет наших культурных наследий. Я как раньше до этого говорил, в центре города Ош находится большая гора Сулейманто, она называется. Она с трех сторон окружена холмами и высокими скалистыми отрогами Алайского хребта. Находясь практически под крышей мира, повсюду сможете почувствовать дыхание могучих и величественных гор Памира Алая. Но главное свидетельство их присутствия – это, конечно же, пятиглавая Сулейман-гора, возвышающая в самом центре города Ош. Кроме Сулейман-горы, одним из еще наследием, нашего историческим наследием является музей Сулейманто. Один из самых крупных музеев Кыргызстана находится в городе Ош, у подножия одноименной Соломоновой горы, туристической достопримечательности. Да. Джоб. Следующий музей Сулейманто, один из крупных музеев Кыргызстана, находится в горы и одноименной Соломоновой горы, туристической достопримечательности города. Еще одной достопримечательностью и культурным наследием города является мечеть Тахти Сулейман. Мечеть выстроена из белого камня на восточной вершине горы Сулейманто, на высоте примерно 150 метров. По легенде, именно в этом месте молился пророк. В мечети сохранились следы от его... С михрабом, специальной молитвенной нишей. Еще одним нашим достопримечательством и культурным наследием является мавзолей Асаф и памятник архитектуры 17-19 веков, расположен у подножия восточного склона Сулейманто. Согласно народным преданиям, мавзолей назван по имени мифического сопровождения царя Сулеймана Асафа ибн Бухрия, завещавшего похоронить его после смерти у подножия этой горы, что и было исполнено. А над могилой его было воздвигнуто архитектурное сооружение, которое за свою многовековую историю неоднократно разрушалось и возводилось вновь и новыми поколениями. Кроме этого, я могу на каждой из наших культурных наследий города Ош по отдельности останавливаться. У нас таких насчитывается... Я основные сейчас пересчитал. Кроме этих, есть такие культурные наследия, как мечеть Рават Абдуллахана, Ошская областная библиотека, главный корпус Ошского государственного университета. Он тоже считается культурным наследием города Ош. Он был освоен в 1939 году решением Советов народов. Кроме этого, у нас в центре города находится парк имени Токтогула Сатылганова. Также он является центром культурного наследия. Это торжество, парк был открыт в 1919 году. Кроме этого, церковь также находится в центре города Аша и является культурным наследием. Этот храм был построен в начале 20-х веков, это 1904-1910 годы. Эта церковь находится в центральном городском сквере. Она не отличается большими размерами, но для окружающих построек того времени была настоящей архитектурной, доминантной и духовным центром. Кроме того, здание Национального общественного красового полумесяца также является культурным наследием города Ош. Кроме того, я хотел бы остановиться на охранах объектов культурного наследия. Историко-культурное наследие Аша, будучи составной частью общечеловеческой культуры, участвует в формировании и развитии интеллекта человека. Общество этноса является хранилищем исторических памятников. Оно включает в себя ту часть многогранного исторического опыта общества, которая позволяет проследить неразрывную связь времен от глубокой древности до наших дней. Объекты культурного наследия, это памятники истории и культуры, представляют собой уникальные ценности для всего народа, нашего кыргызского народа, и являются неотъемлемой частью всемирного культурного наследия. В данное время местными органами власти гарантируется сохранность объектов культурного наследника в интересах настоящего и будущего поколения. Кроме того, технологий. Развитие культурного, да, вот и много, сейчас в последнее время начали много внимания. содействие развитию массового волонтерского и добровольческого движения по сохранению культурного наследия. Уважаемые участники саммита, уважаемые...
Toparlayabilir misiniz Azimov?
Сейчас
Can
я
you make
заканчиваю.
summary?
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Wrap up, please.
Окей. Уважаемые председатели, уважаемые участники,
Chairman,
действительно, сегодняшняя тема очень актуальна, и в том числе для нашего государства, поэтому мы...
countries, and we are very much happy for
Rol aldığı için mi sıkıntı yapıyor?
that will be continuing working.
Bitti. Biz bu Rusça çıkacağız değil mi? Murat ne çıkacağız?
Sonra yayınlanacak gerek UCLG'nin sitesinde kültür bölümünde gerekse Avrasya Teşkilatımızda MEVA'da biz de bunları yayınlayacağız.
So we will publish this in MEVA, and we will have the chance to read and listen to this. And from Eurasia, I'd like to go back to Europe, and our last speaker is from Lyon, from France, the Marc Villebrebias. So the floor is yours. He's going to, he's the director of COS 18.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Merci beaucoup. D'abord à la...
First of all, I would like to thank Izmir UCLG and the municipality for this organization. I came actually with a recommendation. I am really pleased to be making a presentation at this venue. Hopefully, maybe this presentation will take us somewhere to the future. And the cultural heritage concept, we have to take it a step further. I made a proposal because we can indeed shape the future with cultural heritage. So I would like us to focus to this concept of future about digitalization. And I would like to invite you to think about big data, because we are collecting all sorts of different data belonging to all kinds of people from around the world, and maybe we can actually make use of this data. I'm not talking about cultural heritage. I'm not going to talk about site ecosystems. These are things that the world is offering, the land is offering. I'm not going to be talking about genetic heritage. I'm going to talk about what makes us human. I'm not talking about genetic heritage. I'll be talking about is interaction, and it's long-term interaction between different groups, different lands, different societies, and these deep-rooted relations between the humanity and land. And these deep-rooted relations, structures are being built, and this is what we call tangible heritage. This is what makes up tangible heritage, and at the same time, art crafts, tools, ways to get together, and these are intangible heritage. This is what represents intangible heritage. So these aspects, these concepts, certain influences and certain impacts is recognized by UNESCO as being universals because they carry exceptional value for humanity. This exceptional universal, I'd like to read out the definition. So exceptional, it's such a value that natural, historical, it actually exceeds boundaries, and it bears importance in terms of existing generations and future generations. It's priceless. This is actually the definition of the UNESCO. In this sense, this is common assets. These are actually recognized as common asset, natural, cultural, or historical. So today, there's an acceleration taking place in terms of data, in terms of digitalization. There's an acceleration for the past 2 generations. Thanks to the internet, we see that we see that this acts actually to think, consider, and to buy online people. We are in constant interaction with people from around the globe. This is actually internet has to offer to us. And in the second stage, at the beginning of the 2000 millennium, the big operators like Facebook, Alibaba, or Amazon, Apple, or Google, these companies created social media. And so thanks to these platforms and social media, these international operators actually increased the speed of digitalization and offered some services, giving you the chance to actually search anything you want on the internet, to go online, to buy anything you want from these online platforms, and to exchange information. So these has to offer a lot. So there's a constant flow of information. So all of us, every second, we are actually receiving some data information. 1.7 megaoctets data is being taken from you. So in 2020, 64,000 billion data is gathered globally. And this is multiplied by 30 since 2000. So this is the exponential growth that is taking place in these big data. Every 3 years, it's really growing exponentially 3-4 times. So every hour, humanity, from the birth of humanity until 2003, this is actually equal to the entire data. This equals to data gathered in 1 hour. There are also risks associated with this about privacy, about private life, about employment. There are certain threats. We see, for example, Airbnb is threatening certain monopolies, certain traditional, and there are areas where these data are being concentrated, and cities and certain activists are trying to actually regulate this area with laws. They're fighting for the right to erase data gathered about you. In Europe, the protection of private life, there are certain legislations and laws being introduced, especially these big operators they want to tax these big operators. For example, WhatsApp about sharing certain personal information with Facebook, and this was challenged. We see this example of this in Turkey, and in China we see that they're trying to bring additional sanctions on influencers, because when they are talking about some obscene stuff, there are certain questions about the image of humans. So there are certain reactions and reflexes taken by the governments, and there are certain reflexes and reactions taken by the activists. So these issues of taxation and monopolization, we understand. This is quite understandable. So I would like to ask this question. All this data that is being collected in 24/7 from all corners of the world, all this data that is gathered and stored, all this data, could this be considered as a commonwealth or common asset? Can we consider this as our shared heritage? Because all this data actually represents us. This is the digital heritage. But we don't know how to approach or handle this new data. So I think there is a need for a new approach, new perspective to look at this issue, because this is legitimate growth the humanity is undergoing. But this big data, I think we should include big data as the heritage of humanity. We can start from Facebook. We cannot influence all operators at the same time. We can start with Facebook, because Facebook was the first social media outlet that has users all around the world. So Facebook has billions, reaching out to billions of people from around the world, diverse people, man, woman, young, old, child, elder, for different cities and different communities, and for historical sites, for artists, for creators, for creative people. So this is an important venue for these types of people. So all these institutions, all these groups of people are actually producing data, creating data from Facebook. I cannot, of course, count all of them, but you can actually start from your own practice. You actually upload a photo, you make a comment, you tag yourself in a photo. So all this data has a value. So UNESCO as what kind of position should UNESCO take with regards to this issue? These abstract heritage or intangible heritage, can this actually be, there is need for a new intangible heritage category to be created. This is about governance, this power relations, how it's going to be shaped, how it's going to be balanced as people, as citizens.
Cette question de la gouvernance, cette question de la conservation et cette question de...
And also protection. Everyone should be able to protect its own heritage in terms of digital footprint. So these are titans we're talking about, Facebook. How can you stand in front of Facebook? But if you stand before Facebook with UNESCO, how can we actually move forward in this issue? To give an example, I want to actually introduce or propose a question. Do you see a new spectacle or a new perspective, a new symbol here? It looks like a bicycle, like the wheels, hubs of a bicycle that can carry us to the forward, to the future, or it can actually look like a Pac-Man, or it can be a munchie. Like emojis. I'm gathering the information, and the other one is I am protecting the data. So Facebook, UNESCO kiss each other. A world, can you see this world where UNESCO and Facebook embraces each other? So we have some time constraints, so therefore I would like to thank Mr. Mark. He actually offered us a new perspective. He proposed new questions, so I think we should are there any questions to Mr. Jordi Pascal? I would like to close this session. Are there any questions from the hall here? We can actually take some questions from the participants because we have exceeded our time by 15 minutes, and this is going to be followed the signature of a memorandum of understanding between UCLG and ICOMOS. So if you allow me, I would like to adjourn this session. I would like to thank all the keynote speakers and the presenters. And I would like to also thank you for participating and listening to us. Thank you. With the hope to meet you again in the next session.
distinguished guests, I think we need to start because we are a little bit behind the schedule. We have some online presence as well, so we don't want to be late. So I would like to welcome you all to the beautiful city of Izmir, who are present here physically on the occasion of this Cultural Summit of UCLG. First, I would like to introduce myself quickly. I'm the General Coordinator of UCLG MEWA. It's one of the 9 sections of UCLG. And for those who are not very familiar with the UCLG network, it's the global largest city network of the world. As UCLG MEWA, the section for MEWA, we are based in Istanbul, and our geography covers 15 countries from Turkey, Iran, Afghanistan in the north, and the Arabic countries in the south. And as you all know, it's a difficult region, as we always say, and there are many differences in this region, but there are many similarities as well. And we believe that culture is one of the keys for regional integration in this part of the world. And therefore, we established a committee on culture and tourism, and in this regard, we are one of the first sections of UCLG who did so. We believe that culture is a global asset, and it's the product of the collective effort of the humanity which co-creates it. But it's also local. It is always shaped by local realities, experiences, and identities. And I think we can simply say that culture transcends national borders. And from a cultural perspective, borders are less relevant for us. Because throughout the history, there have been cultural exchanges beyond borders. And in this session, we will be focusing on the cultural power of UCLG sections. We will have representatives from 3 different UCLG regions, and we will be hearing about their challenges and their initiatives in this field. Since we are slightly behind the schedule, as I've said, I would like to start immediately, and our first speaker is from Africa. Mr. Mustafa Mufid is the Director of Culture, Migration, Peace and Security Task Force of UCLG Africa. So, Mr. Mufid, can you tell us about your cultural initiatives? And we would like to hear particularly on the African Capital of Culture initiative. So, please, the floor is yours.
Bonjour à tous, vous m'entendez? Très très bien. Je suis vraiment très content d'être invité ici à Izmir pour...
I am really happy to be here in Izmir, to be invited to this city, and about Africa and cultural activities that we carry out in Africa.
As UCLG Africa, I'm going to talk about what we have been doing. First of all, I need to tell that today Africa, in today's world, is a developing continent, and it's in an area of intersection. Especially here, I want to talk about cultural development here. Yeah, it affects especially the 2 points here. So Africa has really great potential here. Why? Because historically it has lots of varieties in terms of its tradition, diversity, about the regions, about the climates. They are all diverse. So how can we make use of this potential? How can we work on this potential? And while using this potential, how can we improve ourselves economically and socially? And how can we turn into all of those into development? So as UCLG Africa, and among our initiatives in the concept of culture, I have selected one, and I would like to talk about that. So Africa Culture Initiative, it started in 2018, and the idea here is to form the African culture capital. It's a little bit different from other regions, from other continents. Well, because our region is completely different. Here, the idea is every city to be elected here needs to reflect African culture and needs to hold some activities, some events. And the first city was Rabat, but because of the pandemic process, we need to carry the process to 2020. And in 2022, if there is not a problem in terms of the pandemic variants to prevent us from carrying out our activities, we would like to carry on our events, and we would like to make a new congress on it. And the first city will be Rabat. It is the capital city of Morocco, and the African cultural events will be held here, and throughout 1 year there will be some events here, and within this process the city of Rabat will host the African culture, and there will be, it needs to find some partner cities, and some activities will be held in Rabat and some other activities will be held in other cities of the Morocco, and we will host the African culture here. First of all, we need to elect some activities, the activities that will be held in Rabat, and also we will add the other actors in Rabat and in Morocco, and the activities will be allocated throughout all the year, and the activity will be held in Rabat, and for the following 15 and 20 years this event will be carried to other cities in Morocco, and the other cities will host it for the following 15 or 20 years. It might be about theater, about dance, about any kind of art. And the third event kind is the events that are inside the city, that are available in the city, and we will work on those events. And we will also add some components of African culture into those events, and we will have 3 different activities, and it will be carried out in Rabat in the first year, and following that the other cities in Morocco will hold these activities, these events. And in the cultural field will be reflected in Africa via these events. And those activities will be carried out once in every 3 years. Why once in every 3 years? Why, when we choose a city, the other 2 cities will be candidates as well. And the other 2 cities are going to prepare themselves for the next event. They need to found an ecosystem. If they don't have an ecosystem available, so if they don't have the infrastructure for that, they are going to prepare themselves, and we are going to do our best to support them. And within 1 year, while they are carrying out the activities in the city, in the hosting city, and at the end of the first year, we need to reflect some other ideas. And we would like to continue all those activities for the following time, and we need to use it for the improvement of the local governments, for their support. So we would like to present our support to those local governments, and we need to find more ecosystems to support them. And after those ecosystems, we need to support them economically, touristically, and also socially in the community level, in environment level. So we need to make our supports in this field. Thank you very much.
Interpretation to finish. And our second speaker is, again, he's physically present here. He's Mr. Sagitov, Rasik Sagitov. He's the Secretary General of UCLG Eurasia, and he's also representing OWAC, Organization of World Heritage Cities, Eurasia section. And please, he would like to introduce us the cultural perspective of his section and what he has been doing. Please, the floor is yours.
Dear colleagues, it's a great pleasure for me to take part in this physical meeting with you. Let me express my gratitude to the Izmir municipality for this great opportunity. It's really a chance for me and the opportunity to take part in this cultural meeting. This is the 4th cultural meeting which I am taking part. Today I will speak about the role of heritage in local governments. Heritage preservation is one of the priorities of the Eurasia section. If you ask me why it is important, I will highlight 3 key moments: cultural identity, recognizability, and tourism. Each heritage site is unique and helps us remember our history and cultural identity. Heritage plays a great role in increasing recognizability of a city. Each of us knows that Tour Eiffel, Eiffel Tower is in Paris, the Great Wall is in China, and the pyramids are in Cairo. Many cities are known around the world or in their countries because of their heritage sites. For example, the city of Suzdal, in which located the Golden Ring of Russia, and the city of Bulgar in Tatarstan. Heritage is the backbone of the economy in these cities, and without heritage, they will not have tourists and profits. The life will stop without heritage and without tourism. Heritage is closely linked to tourism. For instance, the inscription of the Kazan Kremlin to the UNESCO World Heritage List allowed Kazan, just within the period of 20 years, to transform from a closed military city to a famous tourist destination with more than 3 million tourists per year. It is it is now tourist destination #1 in Russia. Now there are 3 UNESCO heritage sites located in the Republic of Tatarstan. I would like to say that in the Volga region of Russia, there are 3 World Heritage Sites, and all of them are situated in the Republic of Tatarstan. And next year, Kazan will host the 45th session of the UNESCO World Heritage Committee. We are planning to organize a meeting for municipalities as part of this event as well, because it is important that cities take also part in the big movement for conservation of heritage. We want it to become a multi-level dialogue about the preservation of the heritage, because heritage sites are situated in cities and are managed by cities, and cities must take part in this world scale events as UNESCO session in Kazan. Work of the preservation and raising awareness of the city's heritage is one of the key priorities in Eurasia. For this purpose, we established a partnership with the Organization of World Heritage Cities. The headquarters of the OWHC Secretariat of Eurasia is also situated in the city of Kazan. The first one aims to foster careful attitude to heritage among children. For this purpose, 2 children drawings contests were organized. We received more than 4,000 drawings from different parts of the Eurasia region. The second project is called Heritage of Eurasia. Its essence is the following. 2 cities agreed to draw heritage objects of each other in their city walls. For today, exchange of paintings was organized between the cities of Denpasar and the city of Bulgar in Tatarstan, and between Safranbolu in Turkey and Derbent in Dagestan in Russia. The object of the project is to raise awareness of heritage sites and increase tourist flow. Conferences of heritage preservation occupy an important place in our activity. The last conference of Eurasia World Heritage Cities was held in April this year in the historical city of Turkestan in Kazakhstan. The main theme of discussion was how to organize cultural tourism during COVID-19. Participants agreed that resilience of heritage, first of all, depends on multi-level governance and properly planned and responsibility managed policy. Moreover, it was stressed that the lockdown has opened a new opportunity to develop virtual tourism. It has been also the time for creating different innovative online services for training specialists in the field of culture and tourism, for virtual tourism and for self-organizing trips. For instance, the tourism department of Moscow has launched the Moskova Stoboy RF media platform, thanks to which people can watch virtual tours of leading museums. Moscow parks and other cultural sites listen to educational lectures and take part in master classes, etc., from any part of the world. We also pay attention to the preservation of intangible heritage. During our events, we include the presentation of heritage, of culture and intangible heritage of a host city into the program. During the General Assembly of UCLG Eurasia, organized in June this year, the participants attended the celebration of National Yakut Festival Isykh, that took part in national ceremonies, rites, and learned about the Yakut epic Olon Ho, inscribed in the UNESCO World Heritage List, like intangible heritage. Remarkably, at the festival, the Yakut and the guests dressed in national costumes. This is a contribution to the intercultural interaction. It should be noted that due to the pandemic, the Izmir festival was held only in one district. The Alyokmensky district was who demonstrated positive experience in combating with COVID-19. Thanks to the efficient work of the municipality, there were no people with COVID-19 in the district at the moment of the festival. This is why it was allowed to celebrate the festival in a traditional offline format. Together, the people got together to celebrate this very important traditional festival. The importance of heritage is also underlined by Sustainable Development Goals number 11.4. It aims to strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. It's gratifying that the city of Izmir follows this indicator, and such historical sites as the historical center of Izmir, the Kirimati market and its Vishvasi Agora, Smyrna and Cafe Vekale, as well as Genoa fortresses in Forja, Kandarli and Cheshme are currently on the UNESCO World Heritage tentative list. I wish the city of Izmir good luck and the way to including heritage sites to the UNESCO World Heritage list, because it's very important, because it helps all the cities to keep their economic living, to keep the life in their cities and the world moving. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Sagitov, for your summary of the UCLG Eurasia section, giving some examples from different cities as well. We have another representative from UCLG Eurasia. I want to ask the technical team if he is already connected. He will be connected online. Mr. Dmitry Polyanin, the chairman of Culture Committee of Volgograd. Yes, he's available. So, Mr. Polyanin, would you like to present the work of your committee in Volgograd? Please, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? Okay, great. So can you hear me now? Okay. Let me tell you about the role of the cultural heritage in the local development. The hero city of Volgograd is one of the most beautiful cities of Russia, located on the right river of the Volga River, and it is extended along its bank for 100 kilometers. The history of our city starts with the ancient times when in the lower region of Volga we have the nomads of Huns and Sarmats. Then they were pushed out of that region by Khazars, and then they were substituted by the Khans of the Golden Horde. In the 16th century there was a Russian fortress Tsaritsyn that was built there to protect the Russian land and the Great Volga way to protect it from the nomads in the southeastern borders of the Russian state. In 1925 it was renamed into Stalingrad, that became part of the global history, as gave the name to the legendary stories, legendary pages of the global history of the Second World War, Stalingrad battle. Since 1961 it is named as Volgograd, and it is the capital of Volgograd region, and it has a lot of sites of the cultural heritage known to the whole world. In Volgograd there are about 400 sites of the regional and federal level related to the history of our country and region. Cultural heritage plays a very important role in the sphere of tourism. The landmark site of our city is the historical memorial complex, the heroes of the Volgograd-Stalingrad battle, the Motherland Calls. It's one of the tallest statues in the region and in the world, and among the. It's the major statue. It's the beautiful creature body the Russian architect. It symbolizes the bravery of our people. It's truly difficult and challenging engineering complex. It weighs 8,000 tons, being tall 85 meters. And the weight of its sword is 14 tons. Inside the structure is belted by 116 steel belts. And this place has always attracted a lot of tourists. On the Victory Day, we receive a lot of visitors from around Russia. And we celebrate the Victory's Day with a great scale. Volgograd is among 5 top cities of Russia that are popular, specifically in the month of May. And to ascend the top summit of Russia, we receive thousands of people from around the whole Russian Federation. Over the few years, video installation, the light of great victory that's projected over that motherland called statue has been attracting thousands of people. And a special place of attraction, a special magnet, is a museum of the panoramic of the Stalingrad battle. In its 8 halls, we have the samples of the Russian and German equipment, uniform, the banners, and a lot of documents and photographs. The major site of that is the destruction of the Nazi army under the Stalingrad battle. It tells us the story of the Stalingrad battle. And the visitors see the events of the 26th January of 1943. The unique historical and architectural monument, Staraya Sareta, and the constant exposition of which dedicated to the history, household activities, and the religion of the Herr Hunts, dedicated to the people and the nobles living in the 18th century. We have the organ that attracts tourists from the foreign countries. The mustard capital of Russia, where you can learn about the history of creation of the different candies and that won the tourist contest in the North Caucasus region. The must-see is a central embankment of Volgograd that, thanks to reconstruction, turned into favorite place for the locals. So it's to culminate the embankment of art, the stairs, numerous monuments delight the visitors, and it's true pearl of the embankment. In 1954, Volgograd had a new building. The image of it resembles antique temple, and the planetarium, it accommodated a planetarium, became one of the most beautiful in Russia. In the Star Hall of Planetarium, on the big dome-like screen, you can see more than 6,000 stars of our galaxy. And along with that, listen to interesting story about the universe. Planetarium is a truly magnet for attraction, for the children tourism, attracting the residents not only our country, but from abroad. Unfortunately, in Volgograd, very small preserved construction of Tsaritsyn, because during the Second World War, the whole city basically was demolished, but the buildings preserved is a part of the cultural and heritage. For example, the firefighting station, the synagogues, the building, and it allows us to see and to be proud of the city the way it looked before the war. In Volgograd, there are a great number of the monuments, the sites of the cultural heritage, and that's part of the Great World War, the World War II history. The victory under the Stalingrad became a landmark and turning point in the whole war, and that predetermined the victory over Nazi Germany. There are a lot of monuments and memorial plaques that actually true decoration of the city that is true magnets and places of attraction for domestic and foreign tourists. One of the factors for development and for the promotion and upbringing of new generations. It's important to say that the cultural heritage sites are built in the unified concept, complexes of different streets, Lenin Prospect, Sovetskaya Street, preserved in a unified style buildings are truly the pride of our city. The cultural heritage of Volgograd is also includes the events of current history. For example, monument to the 8 soldiers that died in 1994, 1995 in the Chechnya region that was erected in 1996. Volgograd attracting a lot of visitors as part of the cultural events. It brings not only the revenue and profit to the region, but allows the locals to be proud of their unique heritage and share it with the tourists. Despite the fact that currently any information is available online or in the published hard copy sources of literature, it's still actual that you'd better see it once than hear about 1,000 times. Meeting historical sites, it promotes a lot of very important things in life and in soul of residents coming here. The development of new parks, new territories, and leisure and public spaces, together with the preserving of the cultural and historical heritage that are integrated in the concept of sustainable development of the city, creates conditions for the local development in Volgograd, take into account its traditional, historical, and cultural specificity. We're looking into the future with optimism, and we're sure that Volgograd has a unique and sites of the cultural heritage will become the tourist pearl at the lower region of Volga, having huge cultural, natural, and historical potential. Thank you very much for your attention.
I just want to check if John Smithies is online.
Yes, do a sound check.
Yes, you are here. Before I give the floor to you, Mr. Smithies, I would just like to inform our audience that UCLG ASPAC Secretariat representatives were supposed to be with us, but unfortunately, due to their congress, they are not here with us, so we will have city representatives. So, Mr. Smithies, we would like to hear from you an interesting initiative from Australia, the TAXO initiative. Please, the floor is yours for your introduction.
Thank you. And look, I'll start from the very beginning that our organisation commenced with the publication of the fourth pillar of sustainability, which brought us into contact with the UCLG Committee on Culture in 2006. And we have a strong relationship with UCLG since then. And one of the things we're aiming to solve in terms of the problems is that we all know that our cultural activities have impact, and what we find is difficult is how to measure that and to communicate that with our residents or with our councillors over time. And in Australia, we have resolved this by working with our cultural sector over many years to build an online platform we call TAXO, and we now use that to plan and measure outcomes of our work. And we're also using it to look at the impact of our work on other domains of public policy. And of course, going through the UCLG policy on culture, we know culture has an impact on society and the environment and the economy. And what we're working towards is how do we demonstrate that, how do we measure that in a consistent fashion. So the product itself is now proven in the field, the way we've been doing the work, and it's evidence-based, and it's an online platform. It has many unique features that make it the only platform of its kind in the world, and it's grown out of the work of the UCLG Committee on Culture and the work of CDN. And perhaps the best way to understand this in a shorthand is to think of it as the black box flight data recorder for cultural policy and cultural action. TAXO is equivalent to recording the altitude, the speed, direction, the aerodynamics and the conversations of pilots as far as cultural actions go. And the frameworks that underpin that, such as the inputs and the outputs and outcomes and measures, they're all being developed in Australia and are endorsed through an MOU with UCLG, plus many workshops we did from 2016 to 2018 with UCLG ASPAC in the region. For users, it enables them to talk about more than just what they did, but the why, the how, and the what, through a very simple, intuitive interface and a structure that captures and records things as they do them and is not a retrospective look at the activity, but captures the actions as they go. And what this means is it records the whole story, or what we might call the narrative of our cultural actions. The Taxo product is a not-for-profit, for-purpose product. We're building it with the community, and we're harnessing that collective intelligence from our councils and our cities and the communities. And we're building this learning culture for what we do because we're able to record the actions and the outcomes of what we do. What we gain out of that is simply some increased productivity because we're going to the heart of our actions and what we're aiming to do very quickly, and that gives us much greater purpose and a great, much easier way of measuring our outcomes because we're very clear about what we're aiming to achieve. And we're doing that through having consistent data, and having consistent data helps us all learn. And it also reduces the cost of additional consultancies because Taxo sits at the front line with ourselves, our producers, our artists and our communities. So we build the capability of the workforce learning through using Taxo. In Australia at the moment we have 15 pilot sites where we've got a national government agency where we're working with 3 Indigenous communities, starting that off, of course, slowly at the moment because of COVID, but working through communities and Indigenous languages using Taxo. We're working with 2 regional governments, the New South Wales Arts Agency and the Australian Capital Territory Arts Agencies. 2 capital cities, the City of Perth and the City of Melbourne, on particular individual activities, including grants, programs and festivals. 3 urban cities that are generally in the metropolitan area of Sydney and Melbourne. 1 peri-urban council which sits on the outskirts, edging into rural. 1 regional council, and we're working with 5 independent cultural producers. Some are dance makers, theatre workers, people working with youth. And it demonstrates that Taxo is used by funders, it's used by communities and can be used by producers. What makes it possible for the different entities to work together is because we have this underlying consistent framework. So the roadmap from here, we started in 2016, working paper-based version of this platform. We worked through with clients on a prototype, and now we have 15 organisations as a pilot. And into next year and beyond, we're hoping to work internationally through our strong relationship with UCLG and with UCLG ASPAC. In 2022, 3 key things we're aiming for is to co-develop with cities outside of Australia. We're looking to create a Taxo in other languages besides English. And clearly, we also want to demonstrate how culture has a strong connection to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So we can demonstrate once and for all that the things that come from cultural activities and cultural policy that are social policy, economic outcomes of culture, environmental or governance, all can feed into the SDGs. And that's the future of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. John Smith is the Director of Cultural Development Network in Australia. I think our colleagues and our anyone who's interested in culture may be able to check it online as well if they're interested in this initiative. And we have another speaker from Jeju. If he's online, let me check with the technical colleagues.
Okay.
I think he is, yeah. So Ms. Yoon-Hei Jung, she's the General Director of the Jeju Global Young Creatives Residency Program. And we will be hearing some brief introduction to the program, which is developed by a special self-governing province of Jeju in coordination with UCLG Culture Committee. So please, Ms. Jung, the floor is yours.
Hello, so good to be here. Let me share my screen.
Sure.
Okay. Hello, my name is Eun-Hei Jung. I'm coming from the beautiful island of Jeju from South Korea. I'm the General Director for UCLG GYCR. I'm going to introduce to you what we've done and share some thoughts about it. But first, a short video. excuse me. This is our third year. This year's theme was Islands and Flow. By flow, we talked about these four things, but for presentation, I'm going to talk about how we were able to create space and time for creativity. Excuse me for a second. It's nervous. Okay, we brought 24 young creative people from both overseas and from Jeju. We wanted to create an opportunity for them to inspire one another, have a focused creative experience. But how? How do you create an environment to creativity, especially at this time of the pandemic? So we were creative with the designing of the residency. First, we prepared 4 sites, which house a group of participants in isolated sites. 4 members who are experts in the areas of Jeju culture, visual art, music, eco-architecture went around its 4 sites as mentors as well. This is our process design. The residency happened at the beginning of August, only for 5 days. In order to maximize this time, we prepared the preliminary lecture and workshop series in advance. The topic of the lectures included the geology of the island, the mythology of the island, the environmental issues of the ocean, and on a more practical note, a nonverbal communication and stress management workshop. The thing about learning is that when the knowledge is not put into context, it's really hard to stick. So we were preparing the presentations and lectures as a way to prime. You know, unless we see it, unless we can imagine, we don't see it, unless we can expect, so we don't recognize. This is human psychology. So we were able to give them some of the ideas in advance. So when they came, they had ideas in mind. So now I'm going to show you some of the artworks that participants created in such a short time. Kashide is a village with a mountainous reason. They took on the theme of the local shrine and used various media to create a creature that protected the shrine. The composition of the team was interesting. There were a media artist, a fiber artist, and an AI expert, and a community organizer, etc. The result was a creative mixture of analog, digital, and the traditional. Second site was Kapado. It's a very small and flat island. This means that you can really feel being surrounded by the ocean and deeply affected by the wind, the typhoon, the rain, etc. This is also an island that has one of the most distinguished artist in residency facility in the nation. Here we had a group of ambitious young artists, young creatives who are deeply concerned about the changes that Jeju was going through. One group took local plants and used their various visual ways of knowing, such as collecting, dissecting, photographing, etc. And another group looked for ways for art to bridge the gap between the experiences of tourists and locals who are mostly Haenyeo or diving women. Jeju is a volcanic island and has many mythological stories about the rocks. The founding creation story of the island involves a giant grandmother who carried earth in her skirt to create the mountain. This group saw the air quality in these rocks, especially in the holes and in between rocks, that make the rock walls so strong during the typhoon. And they created a performance about the lightness and the subtle energy that's also most strong. These are 3 things we learned from this residency. First of all, isolation and connection. While almost all programs are moving into the cyberland, we chose to go into the isolation for more connection. This format is an experiment for residency, but not a new one at all. In traditional societies, the rite of passage were designed this way. For a child to become an adult, the child was sent into the wilderness and made a special bond with the others. This encounter was often very short, but deeply influential. We hope the residency to be that. Secondly, we designed for what could happen, but we didn't tell them what to do. The planning wasn't at the level of a directive. planning existed in the way we selected and grouped the participants and looked for sites. And when we're planning, we accepted the fact that there could be failure. If our number one aim is not to fail, then there's no room for new imagination. Making art is, in essence, making marks on a blank page or excavating treasure without a treasure map. Third, finding your way when there's no map. When I moved from Seoul to Jeju about 10 years ago, I was really struck by the way the locals gave directions. They said things like, go towards the mountain or go towards the ocean, instead of saying north or south. Because Hala Mountain is right in the middle of the Jeju Island. Depending on where you are, towards the mountain could mean north or south or anywhere in between. It seems that we'll continue to live on a cyberspace, at least partially, but our embodied existence needs to know where the ocean is, where the mountain is, who your neighbors are, because all of this context is you. Byangdo is a tiny island where most of the residents are Haenyeo, or diving women, and their families. Here is a song that the team made together. It's about experiencing the expansiveness as you go deeper and how they found each other and themselves. I leave you with the song. The song goes like this. The lyrics say, Korean women, referring to the dive women, who have said that they will choose the sea and this island again and again when they are born again. And the chorus song by the team says, the small island is now a big world. Rain and trash become good memories. So this is our third year doing this residency, but during the pandemic, we had a lot of challenges. And as is often the case, challenges bring new ideas and new solutions. So we, instead of creating a place for them to all come together, we divide the 24 people into small groups so that they'll be isolated within a small group, protected by the boundary of the ocean, and be able to create a deeper connection. So here's a song that represents what we were trying to do and what we did.
In 2 words, the people and the sea. Hey, so how have you been?
My favorite thing is people.
So I think that was it.
That was it. Thank you so much for having me. It was grateful to have this experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Young, for this interesting initiative, interesting experience, actually. I think we can also have more information from our UCLG Culture Committee colleagues here for any further details if our audience wants to. So this was almost the end of the session. We have several more minutes before the lunch break. If we have any questions we can receive, either from the floor or from our online audience. No questions as far as I see. So if no one else has any final remarks, I think we can close the session now. So thank you for all the speakers and all the participants, and we will be continuing in the afternoon with the official opening ceremony of the Culture Summit. Have a nice lunch.
değerli basın mensuplarından
Please take the ceremony stance, the members of state, members of press. So please clear the protocol way. For our UCLG 2021 Izmir Culture Summit will start just in a minute.
değerli misafirlerimiz, değerli basın mensuplarımız,
Distinguished guests, distinguished members of the press, please take the ceremony stance.
evet UCLG Kültür Zirvesi 2021 İzmir.
We are starting our inauguration ceremony 2021. Distinguished ambassadors, distinguished representatives of missions, dear mayors, dear General Secretary of UCLG, and also to the representatives of the guest ministries, distinguished guests, and dear members of the press.
Participants, mesdames et messieurs, estimados participantes, señoras y señores. İzmir Büyükşehir Belediyesi olarak Dünya Belediyeler Birliği tarafından
As Izmir Metropolitan Mayor, we are here in the 4th Culture Summit, and we are very happy to host you here in Izmir.
the 4th UCLG Culture Summit in Izmir, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. C'est un grand plaisir pour nous d'accueillir le 4e sommet culture de CGLU en Izmir, l'une des plus belles villes du monde. Es un gran honor para nosotros acoger la Cumbre de Cultura de CGLU en Izmirna, una de las ciudades más hermosas del mundo. UCLG İzmir Kültür Zirvesi'ne
We would like to welcome you all to UCLG Culture Summit.
Sommet de Culture de CGLU İzmir, bienvenidos a la Cumbre de Cultura de CGLU Esmirna. Biliyoruz hepiniz.
We are all aware that you all miss traveling, working together, and to look at in the eyes and hugging. However, we are all aware that if there is a passion for establishing the future together, the digital screens, the distances, they do not matter, and here we are. And between 9 to 11th of September, with the physical and the online meetings, we are going to talk about the future, shaping the future, and we will talk about this in Izmir. And so this culture summit, UCLG summit, will have the cultural care, health and environment in the post-COVID-19 era. Now I would like to invite Emilia Saiz to the floor for moderating the session.
Emilia Saiz, the Secretary General of UCLG, to the stage to moderate the first opening session.
Yes, I think you can hear me now. Whoa, give me a moment.
It has been a long time since I have been facing so many people and feeling your breath, feeling your warmth, feeling your looks. It is a great pleasure for me to stand here before you, and I want to thank Mayor Sawyer, the mayor of Izmir, and his team, but also Co-President Altay, the Minister of Culture that is with us today, all our members, of course, the Mayor of Istanbul and many other colleagues from around the world, our partners and all the stakeholders that are following our work. It is indeed a great privilege to welcome you to this summit. It is important and symbolic, not only because it's the first time that we have come together like this in a very long time as international municipal movement, but also because we do it with starting with a topic that is very dear to our hearts, but that we hope will be increasingly significant in our agenda. Culture is what has helped us deal with the difficult moments, with the worst of times. Culture is also what helps us celebrate the best of times. And in this spirit and with that notion, the proposal of United Cities and Local Governments, this large organization, a federation of federations with over 250,000 members from around the world, what we are proposing is that culture shapes also our future, that we integrate culture in every single policy and that it helps us define the solutions for the challenges that we face. Let us be honest, culture has also been divisive at times. In diversity, culture has also sometimes put us further apart. In UCLG, we want culture to bring us together. We want culture to be the connection between the local and the global challenges. We want culture to be the link between the past and the future, not in a static manner, realizing and acknowledging change as an intrinsic part of it. Culture is therefore a pillar of our pact for the future, the new social contract that we feel we need to pull together. As citizens, as leaders, you, the leaders, the practitioners, need to help us define what that entails, and as our contribution as territories to the United Nations Common Agenda, within the framework of the local 2030 values that we all defend, and within that huge agenda of the Sustainable Development Goals. We are starting now our opening session, and I cannot stress enough how relevant it has been for us that a mayor like Mayor Sawyer, Tunç Sawyer, the mayor of Izmir, has been supporting our work in this topic. Culture at the heart of UCLG, culture also at the heart of ecology, equality, and proximity. Mayor Sawyer, the floor is yours. Thank you for having us in your beautiful city.
Monsieur le ministre, Excellences, Gouverneurs, Mesdames et Messieurs les maires,
distinguished ministers, distinguished mayors, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. So we are here in the fourth UCLG culture summer, and this is the first hybrid summit of Turkey. I'd like to welcome you all to Izmir, and I'm very privileged to be here, and I'm very happy to host you here, especially in this very challenging times and in this very challenging pandemic conditions, the world decision makers, intellectuals, and politicians and the leaders and experts, they will deliver their speeches around the subjects that we gathered together, and they will also make exchange of culture, because culture will establish future.
A timeless lesson of Anatolia about how we should consider life. This picture is evidence of the Anatolian civilization's never-ending revolt against the masculine and authoritarian mind. With this relief, the Anatolian civilization describes a culture repeating its main phrase that it has expressed for thousands of years. If one, we are alone. If together, we are complete. That is why I see culture as the mortar that binds a building together, or the drops of water that connects the roots and branches of a tree. Whatever we do in our lives, be it science, art, sports, or politics, it doesn't matter. Culture is present in all of them. Culture is the mortar that holds it all together, the sap of life. If it oozes away even a little bit, the harmony in life distorts. Life ceases to be a whole. It disintegrates into its individual parts. Therefore, not only art, but also science, politics, sports, and all aspects of life stand on the shoulders of culture. Reducing and limiting culture to art is a major obstacle to proliferation of anything in life, including the art itself. In the absence of culture, progress separates art from science, science from politics, and politics from real life. Even worse, progress devoid of culture empowers and glorifies the egoistical and masculine mind. Dear participants, there is no science without culture. If so, it creates an atomic bomb. There is no economy without culture. If so, there is hunger, there is inequality, there is the climate crisis. There is no politics without culture. If so, there are wars, there is destruction. There is no urbanism without culture. If so, there are floods, there are disasters. Therefore, we cannot build a future without defining a different culture. At the United Cities and Local Governments Culture Summit in Izmir, we look at the life from that vantage point. I'm aware that this historical summit in Izmir is taking place at the right time and with the right context for humanity. During this summit, cities of the world will be able to define urban resilience rooted in our collective wisdom. I'm very proud that our city is hosting such a valuable event. My hometown Izmir, located in Western Anatolia, is one of the largest port cities in the Mediterranean with 4.5 million inhabitants. It has 8,500 years of history. For centuries, the merchants of Izmir have been shipping goods coming from Asia through the Silk Road to Europe and to the rest of the world. Anatolia, where we are right now, is a peninsula starting in the east from Mount Ararat. It descends gradually and extends to the Aegean Sea in the west. This invaluable land has witnessed a great cultural accumulation across its mountains, valleys, plains, and coasts for thousands of years. The first villages and cities of the world were established here, and the fundamentals of agriculture, theater, painting, architecture, and music were developed in Anatolia for the first time. Many economic innovations, such as the invention of money and global commerce, have emerged on the trading routes and port of this spectacular peninsula. Thousands of years ago, this rich culture outgrew and overflowed like a seed that could not fit into its shell. It stretched out from Izmir and other Aegean cities, right from where we are now, to the entire Mediterranean. This accumulation and overflow in Anatolia found a great response in other regions of Mar Mediterraneo, sea in the middle of the land. Mediterranean civilization gave birth to and nurtured many of today's universal values, primarily democracy. This cultural fertility of the Mediterranean is a unique story, the story of the transformation of sea into a blue continent, giving life to its surroundings. In Turkey, we use the following words at the beginning of lullabies. While I was gently rocking my mother's cradle. That expression, which is difficult to understand at first glance, is perhaps the sentence that best describes the relationship between Izmir and the Mediterranean. If you look at the course of history, Anatolia, the cradle of Western civilization, nurtured Izmir, and Izmir nurtured the wider Mediterranean. But over the centuries, the flow of culture has always shifted around the blue continent that allowed the cities of the Mediterranean to give life to each other again and again. Moreover, the cultural movement in this blue continent has gone beyond its borders, defining the universal values of humanity for centuries. That is why holding the World Culture Summit in Turkey, especially in Izmir, has a special meaning. There is another saying in Turkish that I admire a lot. Everything returns to its origin. I believe with all my heart that this meeting will once again spread the seeds of culture from Izmir to the entire world. Dear participants, we need to make a stand here. Otherwise, we may linger much longer. Capitalism cannot replace culture. If it does, the result will be the problem-filled world in which we live today. Poverty, hunger, pandemics, biodiversity extinction, and the climate crisis. That is why we must now boldly speak about circular culture as a new concept. In my opinion, a circular culture program should reconnect 4 pillars of culture at local and global levels. Harmony with our nature, harmony with the past, harmony with each other, and last but not least, harmony with change. Humanity has lived for a very long time thinking that its own mind is superior to the intelligence of the universe. The revolution, which is called enlightenment, made us a successful species on one side. On the other hand, caused humanity to withdraw into itself. Humanity, the inventor of art, philosophy, and economy, inspired by the universe, came to a moment when it broke all ties with nature. From here, the climate crisis was born. A planet is formed where a species become extinct almost every 10 minutes. For this reason, the circular culture program that we will outline during this summit must clearly express our demand for harmony with our nature. The second pillar of circular culture that we dream of in Izmir is harmony with our past. It is not possible to design the future of culture without understanding the cultures that lived before us, especially in Turkey, where the history of humanity goes back thousands of years. This second topic is of great importance. Meşveret, şura, imece, these are just a few words in Turkish that we use to bring harmony to each other and to empower shared wisdom in our lives. However, these words gradually lost their places in our discourse. If you want to realize the cultural change that the world needs so much, this third pillar should be one of our basic starting points. Harmony with each other. In other words, democracy in every moment of life, respecting universal values of human rights. Here, inclusivity is the key principle to secure equal citizenship, strengthened by our appreciation of nature rights. Heraclitus, the ancient philosopher who lived in Izmir, had a valuable saying: "The only constant in life is change." That saying describes that change is also in the DNA of a culture. Being so, it excludes all possibilities that may turn culture into a dogma, an ideology, or domination of power. Therefore, I take harmony with change as the fourth pillar of circular culture. I put it this way: we must ensure that cultural evolution is nourished by both the creativity of young generations and the inspiration from nature. We are describing a new urban culture in Izmir that includes all those four pillars. This program dedicated to recultivate circular culture, named Çitaslo Metropol, and led by Izmir, sees cities as an ecosystem that fosters calmness and harmony instead of populism and autocracy. It unites art, science, and our dreams, reconnecting them in a single word that is life. Çitaslo Metropol is a progressive model for urban living that unites local and universal values. Once again, I would like to welcome you all to Izmir, a frontier city of the Mediterranean. I'm grateful to UCLG and its members for trusting Izmir to host this major event in our city. I believe from the bottom of my heart that our valuable participants and speakers will contribute immensely to the success of the Izmir Culture Summit. I'm confident that Izmir Declaration, the key output of our summit, will play a tremendous role to shape the future of our planet through our commitment for circular culture. Hepinizi sevgi ve saygıyla selamlıyorum.
I'd like to pay my respects.
Mayor, if anybody had doubts about why we are in Izmir gathering here today around culture, I think the mayor has made it abundantly clear how significant this vision is, a vision that is shared by our membership, and one that is not easy. We need to deepen the discussions. That's why we are here today. Our declaration of Izmir states that while culture is increasingly being recognized as part of every single aspect of our life, it is not sufficiently acknowledged in the international agendas, and that a lot of the policy that we are developing does not put cultural actors in the space that they should have in the discussions. And this is why I value a lot that we have many of our United Nations partners with us, and that you are going to be talking with and hearing from them during these days. And now I have the pleasure to introduce one of those very important partners, Luisa Vinton, the resident representative of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP in Turkey. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Luisa, for being with us today. But also thank you, UNDP and UN Habitat, for the continued support that you give to our work. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the kind welcome. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United Nations Development Program in Turkey, let me start by thanking the organizers for the kind invitation and really the big honor to speak at this forum, and really to express my gratitude to our host, the mayor, and the city of Izmir for hosting this wonderful forum for all the many reasons so eloquently presented by the mayor in his speech. And just to add that I woke up this morning, as many of you probably also did, to the sounds of a big parade outside and the sight of perhaps the biggest flag I have ever seen in my life, stretching for 10 minutes down the street. So just to express my congratulations to the people of Izmir and Turkey on celebration of the Day of Liberation. That's the 99th anniversary, I believe. So next year, I'm sure, will be even bigger flag. So I also wanted to congratulate the organizers on managing the feat of staging such a vast and ambitious gathering in virtual and physical format at a time where the pandemic has made everything so unpredictable and has imposed on us all sorts of last-minute restrictions that make it difficult to gather together. So really a big congratulations to our friends at the UCLG and all the participants gathered here today. As a point of departure, let me also salute the role of local government, because I think we're talking about culture today, but also we're talking about culture in the hands of local communities, cities, and local governments. That of all the decisions that shape the quality of people's lives, to me, and having worked in development and working with mayors and local communities for many, many years, to me, the most important of those decisions are taken at the local level and are taken in the best case with the participation of local communities themselves. So here I'd like to recognize the role of United Cities and local governments globally, and also the Union of Municipalities of Turkey locally for doing so much to translate the ambition and spirit of the Sustainable Development Goals into meaningful action at the local level. UNDP is pleased to be a partner to both organizations on a range of activities aimed at achieving the central ideal of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is neatly boiled down to the one phrase, to leave no one behind. This core philosophy, I think, is an ideal that we all share, but it's also one that I think we need to see infused into the idea of culture. As we heard already, culture needs to be in everything, but we need also to see this ideal of leaving no one behind, this fundamental message of equality, inclusiveness, and respect for diversity that is contained in the Sustainable Development Goals. As someone who's been working in the sustainable that culture should be seen as the fourth pillar of sustainable development alongside economy, society, and environment. We need to have culture right up there, and I think this gathering is a celebration of that concept. Another thing that makes development workers nervous is that people who talk about culture often mean very different things when they use the term. And so the question comes up, what do we mean by culture? Is this art and architecture, or more broadly defined, respecting cultural heritage, ensuring that we have museums, that we respect the ruins of the past, but also celebrate the poetry of the present? Or does culture also encompass a shared ethos and collective spirit? And I think here the United Nations come down very strongly that it is one, but it is also the much broader context. In the Sustainable Development Goals that I've already mentioned, this is our guiding ethos at the UN, but also it should be for all the countries in the world. At this point, with so little time left to achieve the goals, goal number 11 is all about cities. It's make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. And it has a dedicated and very specific target, target 11.4, that calls for strengthening efforts to protect and safeguard the world's cultural and natural heritage. But also, the UN is looking much more broadly, and here I would quote our sister agency, UNESCO, Education, Science, and Culture Organization of the UN, which says that culture should be regarded as the set of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features of society, or a social group, and that it encompasses, in addition to art and literature, lifestyles, ways of living together, value systems, traditions, and beliefs. This is an approach that very much celebrates the role of culture in building a shared identity, in creating a sense of social solidarity, in creating a sense of social cohesion. This is the mortar. The mayor has had the best metaphor, I think. This is the mortar that holds things together. And it's encouraging to see this summit embracing the broader concept as well as the narrow concept, and looking at culture as really a way of life for a society. So we need to recognize that culture helps to create a collective identity that shapes how people respond to adversity and civilizational challenges. And this seems to be the nature of today's world, that day after day we are confronted with a new challenge, whether it's pandemic, natural disaster, conflict in the neighborhood. We have seen with new clarity during the pandemic, when lockdowns and other restrictions threatened what has been called a cultural catastrophe, but also stimulated huge ingenuity and creativity in preserving cultural life and social solidarity. But we've also seen very different responses to the pandemic in very different societies. And they aren't what one would expect from the normal catalog of human development or wealth, or the response to the pandemic has differed in line with different cultural values, I would think. I think we'll see. We aren't at the end yet, but I think we will see that many of the responses have been determined by cultural values and cultural behaviors rather than by wealth levels or other factors that might put countries in a ranking table. Culture will similarly be a crucial factor in determining whether humanity musters the collective will to enact the bold measures we know are needed to cope with climate change. And I think it's very good that this is also a focus of discussion here, that cultures that have learned that they are part of nature rather than masters of nature will probably fare better in the effort to cope with climate change. But it bears reinforcing that as much as culture helps us to embrace diversity and see the world through the eyes of others, it can also be twisted to be exclusive, to create a false sense of superiority, to encourage bigotry, and even to celebrate the destruction of another person's cultural heritage as a tool of war. There's unfortunately no shortage of examples of this misuse of culture globally, and this is why it's important to underline at the outset that we need a commitment not just to culture, but to cultural pluralism, to diversity, to respect for the coexistence of diverse cultural identities. And here I think the mayor has also got it in a very nice encapsulation of harmony with one another. Here it's helpful to remember, I think, that culture is recognized as a fundamental human right. It's there in Article 27 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which is the founding document of the United Nations, which says that everyone has the right freely to participate in the cultural life of the community, to enjoy the arts, and to share in scientific advancement and its benefits. And again, here we see science and culture go hand in hand. I think if we can embrace the idea that cultural diversity is as necessary for humankind as biodiversity is for nature, then we have a powerful tool, a powerful mindset that will help us to recover from the pandemic, to face up to the challenge of climate change, and also to pursue, together in diversity, our overarching goal of leaving no one behind. So thank you very much again for the opportunity to share my views, and I look forward to excellent discussions over the coming days.
Thank you very much. It feels good to hear the applause again. We had lost that custom in Zoom, and it is important to share with others how we feel about the points that are being made. Very, very important comments from the previous speaker, and something that cities around the world, local and regional governments have been working on is the recognition that we need to empower cities to actually invest in cultural life, and the acknowledgement that this is a sector that has been suffering enormously from the pandemic. This call is one that we have done to the G20 recently. And as one of the big gifts that Italy has given to humanity, but also to the international municipal movement, we have been honored to have the support of the G20 chairs, the government of Italy, but also of our membership there, to actually work to enhance the understanding on the importance that culture can have in equity, in justice, in human development, in enhancing dignity, actually, and being part of the solution. It is a call that we have done as Urban 20 to the G20, and I am delighted to introduce, as representative of the G20 presidency and online, we have with us Rosanna Binocchi, the Director for International Relations of the Ministry of Culture of Italy. We are really grateful for your presence, Rosanna. The floor is yours.
Guests, speakers, I'm really myself honored and pleased to attend this meeting today and to be invited to forward the contribution of the Italian Ministry of Culture to this very important discussion today. I wish to congratulate UCLG and obviously the city of Izmir for organizing this stunning world event today, so important for all of us. Allow me to start by highlighting the contribution of the Italian Ministry of Culture to the team today and to enhance the role of culture in facing the future of our cities and communities. The Ministry of Culture, whose mission is to provide for the protection, conservation, promotion of landscape, cultural heritage, contemporary art and architecture, is striving to accomplish its mandate at national and international level, and it's very committed to promote and animate international debate on the subject at all fora, at all international global fora. It is the case of the recently organized first conference of cultural ministers under Italian 2021 presidency of the G20. The conference was held in Rome on July 29 and 30 and gathered representatives of the 20 member states of the G20, as well as international multilateral organization referents and representatives. The Rome conference, organized in the superb setting of the Colosseum, certainly the most symbolic place of the city of Rome, was nourished by an intense preparatory work and open dialogue among members, and it focused on the need to join effort to protect cultural heritage, to address climate change issues through culture, to engage local communities and the young generation by improving capacity and skills to face the future and exploit the potential offered by digital transition. The intense work led to the drafting and adoption by consensus of a final declaration, a strategic comprehensive document which confirms culture's intrinsic value and at the same time recognizes its essential driving dynamic role in fostering a sustainable future, also recalling that culture and the creative sector are drivers of innovation and sources of creative skills, represent important economic components, and this was stressed early on during the debate. The final declaration also affirms the culture transformative role, and it calls for a full recognition and integration of culture and the creative economy into the development process and policies agendas, namely of the G20 and G7 fora. It advocates the introduction of culture in the G20 workstream, as it did before in the G7 workstream, and it calls for the legacy traced by the Italian presidency to pursue under incoming presidency, namely the Indonesia presidency, which will follow into the G20 debate the themes of culture. As referred to city, the city of Rome was part of this symbolic widely cultural event, of course. It was the site hosting it, and it was which was organized for the first time in presence, alive, so to say, in its unique monumental setting of cultural heritage, which is stunning to the world, expressing its best welcoming atmosphere by proposing its vibrant cultural offer, both in presence and from remote. We had concert exhibitions going on. The city was very lively. Our common goal, state and municipality, was to launch a challenging message, proving the possibility to look at the future by exploiting potential of our heritage. I have to say and reckon that most of our cities, as well as world cities, are champions of cultural experimentations. They are forges of ideas for the future. I was mentioning Rome, but I would like to touch briefly other important cities which are participating in this large effort. I'm talking about Venice. Venice is this year celebrating its 1,600th anniversary since its foundation. As you all know, on the 1st of August last, large cruise ships will no longer transit in the lagoon of Venice. They were prohibited. The decision was made by the government on the eve of the UNESCO reunion of the committee, which was held in Fuzhou. This decision avoided the inclusion of Venice and its lagoon, a UNESCO site since 1987, in the list of endangered heritage. It was that the occasion to prove joint efforts, to say the word symbol of culture, resilience and sustainability. And it worked. This joint effort worked, thanks to the contribution of all actors, the municipality, the region, the ministry, the government itself. But I wish to reckon that the turning point was that the government provision to stop the ship even exceeded the request on the side of UNESCO by establishing an imperative principle. The principle was declaring the urban waterways of San Marco, the basin of San Marco, of Canal Grande, of La Giudecca as national monuments, enhancing their universal cultural value to be preserved for humanity. This was a very powerful and important shake in the reaching this important goal. In these days, I have to say and to testify that Venice offers a very wide proposal of cultural event, to start with a film festival, to the Biennale of Architecture, number of exhibitions, conferences, which prove a live show which cover the whole city from the Calle, Campielli, the canals and all the rest. The city is very lively and it's very international. It's a proof that its cultural vibrancy, so much so, has been turned into the occasion of transforming this proposal, this effectiveness, into a candidacy to become the world capital of sustainability. This proposal is supported by the foundation by the creation of a participatory foundation, which is made up by the government, by the municipality, of course, by public and private sectors and entrepreneurs, and is with an expectation of spending commitment of 2 to 4 billion euros, is moving towards promoting a plan of intervention which includes the relaunch and transformation of some areas, of course, including Marghera port, to the production of alternative energy, and of course, but not last, the promotion of its unique heritage, artistic, cultural, both tangible and intangible. This will, of course, imply as well a number of new jobs and a large number of new residents coming back to the recently less populated area of the city. So creating an enormous economic fallout and impact. Once again, I have to say, in its 1,600 years of history, Venice boasts to reach achievement of culture, science, and civilization, aiming to become a paradigm, a world-class center of scientific, economic, academic, and cultural debate and sustainability, to prove that culture and creative industry cannot be underestimated in the progress of our cities and in their regeneration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your partnership during the G20 process, and thank you also for this vision that you share. Italy has also included the issue of intermediary cities in the G20 process, something that we consider extremely important in this urban era. We not only talk about the big cities of the planet, but also intermediary cities with a very important role to play. I am going to introduce now the mayor of not an intermediary city in any way, the mayor of Istanbul. We are delighted to have you with us, sir. Istanbul is the host city of our section, UCLG MEWA, a very important city for the world and for the municipal movement. Welcome, Mayor. A pleasure to have you with us.
Okay. Thank you, Secretary General. Distinguished Minister, distinguished mayors, and esteemed guests, and representatives of UCLG, and to be here in Izmir, it's a pleasure for me, which is run by Tunç Soyer, and to be at such an important occasion is another aspect that excites me today, because we are celebrating. Flowers are blossoming at the mountains of Izmir. It's the anniversary of such a day, which the seeds for which were sown in 19 October in Samsun. And the liberation of Izmir is actually had made a contribution to the independence. It was a response to the imperialist ambitions over this country. It was a cry of liberation and independence. Therefore, in Anatolia, this struggle for independence, for liberation, was actually it's actually the anniversary of the introduction of democracy, freedom, and republic. Therefore, I would like to celebrate the liberation of Izmir. The liberation of Izmir is not just also important for the Republic of Turkey, but also is meaningful for the peoples of other geographies. This was the day the hopes of other nations have blossomed as well. In fact, with the liberation of Izmir, what this land and what the peoples of these geography has needed, peace at the world, peace at home, and peace in the world. This is what September 9 represents for us. After a war, the Prime Minister of Greece, Venizelos, in 1934 actually nominated Mustafa Kemal Atatürk to the Nobel Peace Prize, which was actually the greatest example of the peace at home, peace at world philosophy. So I would like to once again congratulate the liberation of Izmir, the anniversary of the liberation of Izmir. In our age, maybe more than half of the population of the world are living in urban areas, in cities. This, of course, is a major transformation. This actually what the new urban agenda presents. The solution strategies, we have seen examples of this in climate talks, and the action of these climate talks in the local level, starting from the local level, it actually marks a transformation that is starting from the local level. This actually shows that our cities, it is high time for planning our cities with such a vision. The cities, the competition area is not industrialization, but the creative sectors are the proper fora. As we have promised 2 years ago, there were some adjectives to be fair, green, creative, was some of the goals that we have set for Istanbul. And in this path, the character, the identity of Istanbul that feeds us is the cultural diversity and history of Istanbul. Not long time ago, the inauguration of the Museum Gazane shows, as we are embracing cultural heritage, we are actually creating new cultural venues for our people. We are now making the preparatory works for the Museum of Design. We are actually making contributions. A new center will be opened for the cultural life of Istanbul. So the unique cultural ecosystem of Istanbul is our greatest task, because our love for Istanbul and the creating awareness of being a citizen in Istanbul goes through creating a strong local strategy and policy. In order to face the challenges that we are encountering, we have to use the integrative power and healing power of culture. And we are putting this at the forefront of our initiatives. For example, many of the musicians that are in Istanbul, we have actually exerted efforts to. Istanbul is a stage project, helped our people to get away from the daily challenges of Istanbulians. And 10,000 of Istanbul citizens had the chance to enjoy music and other performance arts throughout Istanbul. The shutdown, which has lasted for months, we have used the integrating and uniting power of culture to make up for the isolating aspect of the pandemic. Again, in the pandemic era, as people got poorer, the urban social, we try to make social and cultural events accessible, and this has even become more important in such a backstage. Culture and art is something that we should embrace even stronger and make use of in such difficult and hard times. It's one of the most important tools and instruments that we can use, the creative power of culture. Especially youngsters and children are benefiting from this. This is I am really excited, enthusiastic about this, and this is actually keeping the energy of the city at the highest level. Culture and art, generations which can actually enrich. We have to look ways for raising generations that is enriched with culture and art. We have to discuss this, and we have to look at the best examples around the world. And in order to realize local democracy in economic development and recognizing the role culture has to play in this, and we have to create our future vision, and we have to construct it upon this foundation. In Istanbul Planning Agency, which was set up, launched recently with the Vision 2050 vision, we are looking from a perspective of culture. The way we are experiencing this urban life in the city, we are actually discussing with stakeholders, citizens, and we are redesigning and even improving. And we are making Istanbul an incubation center for creativity. And one of the most important factors is to create a liberated, independent city, and where people can express their voice independently. This actually, we're talking about a strong democratic culture to be able to realize this. And climate justice, fairness, and for such a transformation, we have to use innovative and cultural instruments. And this represents a new starting point. And creative voices should be allowed to be heard, and we should give voice to creativity. And this is one of the most important responsibilities of local governments. To be frank, create areas of freedom where people have independent conscience and independent thoughts. And Istanbul is exerting real efforts to become one of the good examples of this, where we will allow creative voices to be heard. As I conclude my speech, Istanbul is taking bold steps in this direction, and we are committed to this goal. And I want to reiterate this, and I hope this summit will shed light to the development of cultural policies of our cities, and it will bring forth hope towards this goal. And I would like to congratulate for this promising process, and I would like to thank for this summit organized by Izmir and Mayor Tunç Seyer, and I hope UCLG such activities will continue in the future, and I salute you as I conclude my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And
Çok teşekkür ediyorum Sayın Belediye Başkanı. Şu an UCLG Başkanlığından bir sunum olacak. Konya Belediye Başkanı konuşacak. Sayın Eş Başkan hoş geldiniz. Burada tabii ki biz bu pandeminin aslında tabii ki sizin
for the work that you are doing and for your support. Welcome.
Teşekkür ediyorum. Sayın Bakanım.
Distinguished Minister, distinguished colleagues, and distinguished participants. Today is the co-president of UCLG. I salute you all, and also as the mayor of Konya Metropolitan City, I salute you all. At the beginning of my speech, I celebrate all of yours the liberation of Izmir, the 9th of September. As Mevlana Celaleddin Rumi has expressed, we do not excavate anything other than love, affection, and lots of civilizations have lived together within this land, and it has become a home of common civilizations. And for thousands of years, it has hosted lots of civilizations, and it has accumulated a great deal of heritage, and we are really pleased to have it. And in this soul, who is participating the Congress, and I also would like to thank to the people of Izmir. In March 2015 and in April 2019, we have some summits, and this is the fourth summit that we have hosted. And with the representatives of these summits, with their fruitful success and participation together with their colleagues, I would like to celebrate them all for their success. As the co-president of UCLG, I'd like to extend my thanks and gratitude for the ones who has participated in this Congress. And it's an unusual participation, and for more than 1.5 years we have been facing a pandemic process. And along this crisis, we cannot only deal with health. That's why we need to use culture as a toxic thing to reflect all the qualities of humans' needs. And in November 2019, as for the future of the culture, we have emphasized on it. And as we regarded culture as the main component after creativity and heritage. And in local level, in order to apply the use of cultural rights. And after the pandemic process, so within the 10 suggestions of UCLG Summit, we apply them all and we approve all of those. And also in the Declaration of Izmir, we are going to mention it in a detailed way. And also the social gender equality, and also the relationship between health and environment, and also the goal 2019, and also in different sessions we are going to have a very fruitful and rich sessions. So for the global declaration, we really have the understanding to focus on it. Our message is so clear: to make culture, to make a sustainable goal, and it is the fourth level of the sustainable goal. And as for the prosperity of societies and also the prevalence of democracy, and to make it equalized for all the societies, in all the societies and in all region, we have been witnessing it. And while shaping our cities, we are taking the international standards into consideration. And from this point on, in the UN Sustainable Summit that were held in 2015, and in order to maintain all those goals within our vision of 2013 until the year 2030, we have 17 sustainable development goals, and we are in need of sustaining those. And in cities, if we start all this struggle in our cities, then it will prevail throughout the world. And together with the Sustainable Development Goals, culture is one pillar of all those goals. And within the moment that we have been living, it has been shaped by our culture. So that's why our cultural heritage must be protected and it must be transmitted for the future generations. And as for the values and principles of UCLG, we have been cooperating between cities and they are also following the Sustainable Development Goals, and they are also making great efforts to sustain all of those. And in 2004, we prepared culture, citizenship, and sustainability, and the relationship between all those principles. It was the first international document for culture, Agenda 2021, and it has progressed 100 action plans. And in all those goals, for the development of cities and to make our cities more sustainable, it has of great importance. So we have self-evaluation reports, and also we have prepared some other reports in our way. So up to now, in every conference that we have gathered, we have been using culture as our defender. So in a globalizing world, it reflects ourselves, and it's also a solution to every possible problem, and it is inevitable in all areas. So in all the articles, we have a cultural dimension in all the fields. So we cannot be apart from culture. Therefore, culture and the protection of culture must be in the first place, because for many years it has connected people for many years. So that's why, as we sharing the same culture, we have been pleased with the same things and we got upset from the same things again. So with globalization, culture has prevailed all across the world, but within this process there might be some counter problems as well. So as the common problem of people, I mean the climate problems, and coronavirus is a threatening problem for all the people in the world. That's why, in order to find a common solution to global problems, culture is in the first place. And in the world, in the last 2 years, we have been facing a challenging process, and that's why we need to be more respectful to the culture and also the environment. So within this pandemic process, we really keep in mind that living together and overcoming the problems together, we need to take culture into consideration in all details. That's why we need to cooperate, we need to think together, and we need to share the common will, and these activities and also the mindset should be increased, and culture must be reshaped within our people more and more. So as UCLG, under the body of UCLG, we are trying to do our best. So the relationship between human and environment, and also the evidence and scientific research, and the time for cooperation and solidarity for building a creative society, we need to have a more detailed cooperation among ourselves. In other words, the point that we have been facing, and also not only disciplinaries, not only in the international level, but in the international arena, they have to be active and they have to be open to cooperation. For this reason, we are really competing against time, and also the city is facing many problems. And to find solution to those problems, we need to share our experience. It's of great importance. So also the society must be in the first place to help it. So as a member of UCGL, and also for the future pact of this, it's the main support of it.
Salgın süreciyle ilgili de birkaç şey ifade et.
So I would like to also mention some health issues. The process also showed us that it is the negative impact of something started in one corner of the world is spreading throughout all parts of it. Now the COVID-19 pandemic in China, it had an outburst in all parts of the world. So a variant, for example, it takes only 1 or 2 weeks to travel from one part to the other. So the access to everyone for vaccination is important, is of great importance. So we have also made an announcement about that. So we in a society where only the wealthy ones get the access to the vaccination is something we cannot achieve in a healthy environment. We have to say that it is something we have to do all together so that everyone can have access. So a fairer and a more peaceful world and a more prosperous world to live in peace and friendship and love. We are all saying that. We all in the motivation and to work with all of you with my warmest regards. I hope you will have the most successful Congress and Summit. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That indeed United Cities and local governments has made an effort to very early on to call for universal vaccination, for solidarity, and is still doing it and calling for this in many different fora. This is still an issue. Our world is not going through an easy period, and what we are discussing during these days are part of the solutions of new approaches to some of those challenges, as we were saying before. Solidarity, understanding, and open dialogue is one of them. Equality is another one, and I have to think of my sisters in Afghanistan, in particular the women, the children, and the girls that are suffering. Thank you, Mayor Altai, for bringing these sentiments of the World Organization to this forum. We are also concerned, and it is expressed in our Izmir Declaration, that we will need a new model of governance, a new system of governance that includes all of society and all of government to actually deal with the changing models that we will necessitate to face the sustainability challenges of our planet and our people. And this is why we are very happy that we are able to include here today not only the international community, the local leaders and the practitioners, but also the national perspective. We are truly honored to have with us Mehmet Nuri Ersoy, the Minister of Culture and Tourism of Turkey. Welcome, Minister. Thank you for being with us.
We cannot have the voice, sorry. Okay. Esteemed participants, dear guests, I would like to salute you all with my warmest regards. And I would like to say that welcome to our all foreign friends coming from different countries to attend our summit. First of all, I would like to commemorate the leader of the founder of our republic, Gazi Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, his friends in arms, our martyrs, and all our friends who are also now we are having the freedom of Izmir from the occupation, which is the 1990th year of it, anniversary of it. So we have to say that I have to say that I am still, again, I would like to say it again, that I am proud of this nation who are trying to save this world, to these soils, these sacred soils. In such a special day, we are all with you. I'm very happy to see all of you in this Culture Summit. So for this aim, I would like to extend my thanks to Izmir Metropolitan Municipality and UCLG and hosting that. So I hope we will have fruitful results for the targeted purposes for this summit. And for this aim, I also think that sustainable development and culture phenomena will be understood deeper via this conference, which will shape the future of human. And all dear participants, knowing something, a topic, or to take an action about that are two different things. So the Economic and Social Council of UN said in a text published in 2012, said that it is we have to take into consideration that culture is both guiding and supporting the sustainable development. And also, culture is also a serious driving power for the development with the environmental, economic, and social effects. And also, they also add that the cultural heritage, cultural and creative industries, sustainable cultural tourism, and cultural infrastructure can serve as a strategic tool for creating incomes for the developing countries. And also, the culture industries can be in. Also, I would like to discuss the culture industry's effect on economy in Turkish example. But I would like to open up about the sustainable development and culture's importance. Yes, let's talk about the social development. It says that the culture which supports the sustainable development can provide the respect to cultural diversity based on human rights and cultural rights, and even can prevent conflicts and facilitate the intercultural dialogue. So it sounds that it can be a very clear and precise solution for the hardest problems the human face. And I would like to say that culture is a cross-sectional and intersectional issue, so it affects all dimensions of development. So we have to also say that we have to take care of its role in the sustainable development, and also to take care of its necessities for the processes it will take. So I said it was 2012, and 9 years has passed. So let's have a look about what the governments, the international institutions, and organizations took further steps or not, or what are the studies enough. So in September 2015, the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, which was accepted with the signatures of 193 countries, have a meaning. So there are 17 sustainable SDGs here, and we need to have a sincere approach for that. So, dear participants, we can also say that sustainable development is defined as the development which meets the needs of today, but without compromising the needs of the future generation. So there are three fundamental factors for that: environmental protection, economic growth, and social development. And so culture has to be included into these three pillars as the fourth factor, with in a strategic planning, I would like to say. Culture, because culture encompasses all the assets of a nation. So if we ignore such a broad context, we cannot achieve the social development. And also, culture is interrelated with the social development too, and social development can provide the development of culture, and cultural approaches, activities, and products triggers the transformation of society and shape it. So economic, social, and political structures are not independent from these social developments parts. So the protection of environment is a very detailed one, of course. So we also underlined our determination and our purposes for protecting the national, geographical, natural, and cultural and historical assets of Turkey, and to protect and use it in that balance. Ecotourism, rural tourism, and agrotourism topics, the awareness about that with the public and civil society institutions, and also to find solutions for the infrastructure and environmental problems with the help of local governments, where the tourism activities are intensified. So you cannot. We are also, for example, having some studies in Muğla and in Antalya in some parts about facilitating these infrastructure problems, and I hope we will open that in the next season. So we cannot think tourism apart from environment, or environment apart from culture. So it is not something we can only achieve with only the efforts of the governments and organizations, and it is also something we are all facing in the global scale for struggling against climate crisis, for preventing the biodiversity, protect seas and resources, etc. So the actions of real people can be only just controlled by institutional bodies, managed, or some damages can be compensated. But we all know that the course of events are not so good. So to turn this upside down is we think that can be also only possible by changing humans. So protecting environment is also something related with conscious, and social conscious is something you can guide with the individual by training and also directing their personal development. So we also have the economic growth factor. While establishing our future, we are also opening the parenthesis of culture, and at this point, the steps that the government should take independently or separately or all together will have also some natural outcomes in the cultural industries, and also the level of these industries has in economic scale is a serious share right now, and also it is also have an important part in the driving parts of the driving powers of the economy. I will give a small Turkish example. Before these 2 years before this pandemic, where we are at the halt, actually, between these 10 years, between 2009 and 2018, we have conducted a studies which was researching the contribution of culture industries in the 10 years period, and it underlined the importance of it actually. And this period, the turnover of the culture industries created was over 100%, and the GDP share of it was around 2.88, and then with the employment it was increased up to 4.82. And we should also say that the culture industry's share in the GDPs is also included, is over the contribution about their human health, social services, occupational, scientific and technical activities, mining, managing, and support services are continuing. So we have to say that it was the culture industries and copyright industries have an export around $9.3 billion in 2018, and now it is around $12 billion. It was in 2018, and it is actually 29.4% increase. And also, we can also say that all the copyright-based industries exports between this 2009 and 2018 created an increase over than the total export figures of Turkey. And also, we should also say that in 2011, the copyright-based industries exports were at around 7.14. Esteemed participants, I would like to underline on the national and international importance and social importance of cultural phenomena in the parentheses of development. Of course, there will be many contributions by the scientists and different representatives and experts here in this conference, and many details will be discussed. But I think we should all know that culture is something going beyond a differentiating point, a unique thing, or being different. But it includes that in a positive way, of course. But in the economic development, in science, in technology, in social life, in arts, and in education, it all have a powerful influence about elevating the society. So it will also bring experiencing, understanding, and accepting and learning from each other in international cooperations. And so it will be also have the most important potential factor of potential to have the unity and togetherness and solidarity, so that it can be a concrete reality which will provide the prosperity, the well-being of the humanity. So while closing my speech, I would like to also say that I am very happy to see all the national and international participants who are making this conference, this cultural summit meaningful. And I would like to extend my thanks one by one to everyone and to every institution who helped this organization, with my warmest regards.
kalmalarını arz ediyoruz. Sayın Bakanım, sahnede bizlerle birlikte kalabilirseniz çok mutlu olurum.
Okay, can you, all these speakers, please come to the stage to have a family photo?
Plenary speakers to the stage for a beautiful family photo. Dear Miss Emilia Sayız, our Secretary General of UCLG, dear Mr. Tunç Soyer, dear Miss Louisa Vinton, dear Mr. Ekrem İmamoğlu, dear Mr. Uğur İbrahim Altay, and dear Mr. Sarhan Ada. Tüm değerli konuşmacılarımızla birlikte güzel bir aile fotoğrafını kadrajlarımıza sığdırmayı arzu ediyoruz. Evet, UCLG İzmir 2021 Kültür Zirvesi bugün itibariyle start aldı. Bugün de dahil olmak üzere 3 gün boyunca 9-11 Eylül 2021 tarihleri arasında İzmir, seminerler, paneller, söyleşiler ve çok çeşitli...
Between 11th and 21st of September, Izmir will be a stage for activities. And now we would like to leave the floor to Emilia Sayız to go on with the opening speeches.
So we will continue to opening plenary speeches.
Thank you very much. Please do not go anywhere. I ask delegates to take their seats again because we have a very important segment still to go from this opening session. And you know, from time to time, you need to acknowledge that collective action is not enough, that there needs to be an individual that triggers change. This is so in every single part of the world, in every single topic. And we are very, very happy and honored to have with us today, for this last segment of the opening plenary, a very significant figure for our Committee on Culture, for the work of United Cities and local government, Vandana Shiva. She is the winner of the UCLG Mexico City Culture 21 Award in 2020. Vandana is a very well-known activist that symbolizes this spirit of linking culture and ecology. She has been the voice and the face in her many writings and also during her activism for access to food, for the link between academia and science and culture. Please, let us listen to Vandana Shiva. She is with us online, together with over 100 other people that are following this session online. So I ask you for silence and attention. Vandana, we're really pleased to have you with us. Thank you for joining. It is an honor to meet you. Thank you. Let us solve, we cannot hear you. Let's see whether we can unmute and hear you.
Okay.
There, it goes. Perfect.
I wanted to thank you. I wanted to thank UCLG for the honor of the award. I also want to thank the city of Izmir for hosting this event. My mind goes back to 21 years ago when I physically visited that beautiful city. And that's how cities should be, sustainable over thousands and thousands of years. In India, we have a very, very clear distinction between culture, which is Sanskriti, that which holds, that which binds, that which joins, that which creates solidarity. And the opposite of it is Vikriti, that which breaks apart, that which tears ecological systems apart, that which tears society apart through hate and through fear. I would say in English, Vikriti means anti-culture. Because something that destroys cannot be culture. And I'm so happy that you are dedicated this summit to the centrality of culture in the recovery, not just post-COVID, but we need a post-climate havoc world. Now, my work over the last 50 years has shown me that the first illusion that has been created that is responsible for both pandemic and to climate havoc, fires across Greece and California and Turkey, and floods in my country, floods in Germany, floods where there haven't been floods. This havoc is a disruption of ecological systems because the earth is a living system. She knows how to organize a climate. She created a climate for our species to evolve 200,000 years ago. That's how recent we are. In her 4 billion years of evolution, she worked to make the beautiful planet habitable for us. And in just short 200 years, with dependence on fossil fuels, we've messed up the climate systems. And unless we rebalance our relationship with the earth, recognizing that we are part of nature, not separate from it, that we are not masters and conquerors, but we are participants in one earth family, that the earth and all her beings and her biodiversity is not there for us to manipulate and own. And that's why I've dedicated such a large part of my life to not accept patents on life and patents on seed, because that assumes that life is a creation of money, of corporations, and it's not. Culture means being able to recognize how we are related to the earth. My work over these many years has also shown me that every time we harm the earth, we harm ourselves. Climate change is a consequence of harming the Earth's climate systems, harming the Earth's biodiversity, harming the Earth's biosphere. The pandemic is also a result of that. If we weren't invading into forests for palm oil and soya, when we have the richest olive, we have the richest mustard and sesame and linseed, and we are driving the farmers who grow these beautiful oils out and destroying forests from where most of the new emerging diseases have invaded us as new viruses, not new diseases, new pandemics. Biodiversity is the organizing principle of nature, but biodiversity is the organizing principle of culture. And because we are part of nature, culture is not separate from nature. Culture is living in accordance with the laws of nature, the laws of biodiversity. And quite clearly then, cultural diversity is the organizing principle of biodiversity of humans living together. We are earth beings. We've been made to forget that we have flesh and blood, and we have bones, and we have body, and we have creativity. We have been made to think we are machines. My work on food, I can't believe it. They say soil is empty when it has billions of organisms. We are empty machines where we put any fuel, any junk, and look at the chronic disease epidemics, and look at the fact that most people who died of COVID had lost their immunity because of bad food. They had comorbidities. There is one health, only one health. One health of the planet in balance, one health of humanity in balance, one health of our bodies. And isn't it a beautiful connection? And the movement I started, Navdanya, which means diversity, recognizes that the diversity of the soil, the diversity of the plants, the diversity in our food, and the biodiversity in our gut is one diversity, and it is one health. So I see cities as living this principle. Just like there's 100 trillion organisms in our gut, making 90% of us. The hundreds of thousands of cities, and the particular cities who are organized as UCLA, are really the gut of human civilization. They are the gut. And it is from this gut that health will take resurgence again. We will have recovery. We will have climate recovery. We will have COVID recovery. And diversity and democracy goes hand in hand. They're not separate. Diversity grows from the soil. Democracy grows from the soil. Dictatorships come from the top down. Bombs are dropped from the top down, but life grows from the local. That is why cities have to be the drivers of change in these times of COVID and climate catastrophes. A very large part of the privilege that cities have is we live in communities. We live close to each other. We have neighborhoods, and it is here we can begin the recovery of the commons, because so much of the tragedy of our times is the enclosures of every commons, the enclosure of our forests, the enclosures of our pastures, the enclosures of our seeds, the enclosures of our food, and now particularly the enclosures of our bodies and minds. And if you see the results of these days, the violence to our cognitive systems that is taking place as we are separated. We need to overcome this separation, both from nature and from each other, because it is vital to our well-being. It is vital to being human. What COVID has taught us is we don't have to be consumers. We can be Earth citizens. We can know what is enough. And again, because cities is where consumption takes place, cities can be the drivers of change in production systems by moving consumption systems into sustainability. We can definitely do it with food. Everyone in a city should be eating healthy food. All ancient cities had a very tight food shed. They got their food locally. We'll have to start planning that way. And I know Barcelona is the capital of food this year. And we really need to reclaim our food democracy, because it's the only place from where we can respond to climate change. 50% greenhouse gases come from a bad food system, an industrial food system, a chemical food system, an ultra-processed food system that's giving us chronic diseases. And 75% diseases are related to the system. So we have 75% destruction of the planet, 50% destruction of the climate, and 75% destruction of human health. When shifting the food, and cities can begin the shift in food, can address both the planetary health and our health. And I want to end with sharing with you one of my favorite poems, both from the land of diversity, India, to Izmir, where there's confluence of cultures over millennia. Cities can become cities of gardens. Cities can become cities of rejuvenation through the garden. And I've done research on the soil issue of gardens, the community building of issues of garden, to being part of the garden by becoming part of the soil, because soil is humus. And humans are derived from humus. It's the root of our humanity. We are human because we are of the earth. And from the cities, I imagine a world of gardens everywhere, no hunger, zero poverty, zero hate. In the garden, we cultivate love. In this earth, in this soil, in this pure field, let's not plant any seed other than seeds of compassion and love. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much for bringing poetry to the opening of this summit. Thank you very much, Vandana Shiva, also for showing us the important link that there is between food and democratic access to food and production of food and culture and sustainability. A very important issue that we are making sure we include in our pact for the future. And allow me now to give the floor to someone that has been very critical for us in the preparation of the program of this summit. I am delighted to have with us Serhan Ada. Thank you for coming. It's a pleasure to see you live. Director of the Cultural Policy and Management Research Center at the Istanbul Bigli University.
Thank you. I am extremely
Teşekkür ederim. Bugün burada olduğum için çok heyecanlıyım ve onur duyuyorum bu önemli konuşmada yer aldığım için. Ben İzmir'de doğdum ama aynı zamanda Van'dan aşağıdan sonra sahneye çıktığım için de çok mutluyum. Sahip olduğum süreyi aşmadan hemen konuşmama başlayacağım. Konuşmamın başlığı yeni bir sürdürülebilirlik ve kültürün hayatı rolü. Daha 10 yıl kadar önce Alman filozof Hartmut Rosa, Acceleration ve Alienation kitabının yazarı kendisi. Bir söyleşide şöyle söylüyor. Zamanın peşinde koşmaya çalışan genç modern dönem insanını bekleyenler işsizlik, yoksulluk, unutulma ve toplum dışı kalmaktır. Rosa'nın bu karamsar öngörülerin hepsi Covid-19 pandemisi sonrası bir anda gerçeğe dönüştü ve hakkında uzun bir süredir konuşulsa da beklenmeyen bir duruma soktu bizi. Hem de bir anda. Özellikle yüksek temponun hızlı ve ani bir şekilde durması.
stop at an utterly unexpected moment because the acceleration had continued, even though we knew more or less that it was not sustainable. The global economy, stock markets, social interaction, all stopped. Humans living on the face of the earth started questioning the future in an unprecedented state of confusion, drawing on news and information from different sources. Yet there was one thing that was certain, and that was absolute uncertainty. Although post-pandemic prophecies came thick and fast, nobody knew how we would get out of this situation, including scientists. Despite all the talk, the reopenings, the recovery predictions, etc., the only thing that was certain was uncertainty. How long was this period of being locked down at home, yet still connected, going to last? What kind of a new life, a new world were we going to emerge into? Actually, at the beginning, our hopes went up with some of the news that came during the first lockdown. Air pollution was decreasing, the seas looked bluer, and the threatening clouds over Delhi that made it difficult to breathe had dissipated. Perhaps once the virus was gone, would it ever be gone? We would live in a cleaner world after having learned our lesson from what it had taught us. Nowadays, after more than a year and a half has passed since the pandemic was officially recognized and declared as such, we are transitioning from lockdown to a kind of reopening without knowing how protective the vaccine will be against the new variants, a vaccine that has been unfairly distributed among the people living on Earth. And the uncertainty and questions persist. While more than 4 million have died, and primarily healthcare workers and the most vulnerable social groups, and of course the elderly, there is an alarming increase in mental health issues such as anxiety, sleep disorders, and depression as a result of quarantine, social distancing, and isolation. Not to mention news of an unprecedented heat wave nearing 50 degrees Celsius in the Pacific Northwest, while oceans where pipelines are laid on the seabed have caught fire. Yet, there were signs. Only 50 years ago, in 1971, the Club of Rome's Limits to Growth report clearly stated that if population, production, industrialization, pollution, and consumption continued to accelerate at this pace, the Earth's resources could no longer renew themselves. But it soon became obvious that this warning would be of no use. Who is society? There is no such thing. There are individual men and women, and there are families. And no government can do anything except through people, and people must look to themselves first, said Mrs. Thatcher, who is one of the founders of neoliberalism and
gave even her name to a form of government, namely Thatcherism. Seeing that we had become individuals, then we had to fend for ourselves. Was it not taught to us from the earliest days of the modernism that production, consumption, technology, and acceleration were all one and a whole, and that they all meant irreversible progress? And yet, despite the signs of warning, the rulers of the world favored the economy over health and environment. What mattered was that the wheels of production and retail kept turning at all costs. They even aimed, if possible, to turn the crisis into an opportunity. After all, don't we say slow down rather than economic recession? Then let's continue to accelerate at this pace despite the pandemic, but at what cost? Let us take a look at what happened in the realm of cities. In the last 30, 40 years, we have witnessed the rise and dizzying race, another competition for acceleration, between metropolises, cosmopolitan cities, and megalopolises. Big cities have snatched away the lion's share of the population, the economy, social mobility, and the production and consumption of culture, while leaving the majority of the populations of entire territories frequently in poverty, inequality, deprivation, as well as desolation. These big cities, to put in terms frequently used by those of us working in the field of culture, the cities or capitals of culture have exploited, sucked up, and depleted the resources produced by all the people living in those countries. Everywhere in the world, practices applied by initiatives on cultural production and sustainable development have been extensively scrutinized. Nevertheless, it was big cities in parallel with the accelerated lives within them that received the heaviest blow during the COVID-19 pandemic. Now the time has come to put a long rest, constructs such as the creative city or creative class, whose authors themselves have recently begun to revise. It is now time to focus on what kinds of action can be taken by cities of smaller scale. So, what did we do as those being ruled as the individuals, so-called, who must look to themselves? In other words, as autonomous subjects. If there was no such thing as society, then we would try and hold on to communities. Our micro-identities took on importance beyond anything else, but none of this has yielded any tangible results, not even the mass protests we occasionally see in various parts of the world. The resistances we demonstrated to defend spaces that should belong to everyone, to defend that which is public, i.e. the places that are ours. And this is where we are now. Where can we go from here? Until now, culture and nature have always been seen as opposite things. In fact, people have even resorted to approximations such as everything outside nature when defining culture. So we have carried out research, produced documents, and issued various publications in order to establish solid foundations for ensuring that culture is accepted as an essential component of sustainable development and included among the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. All of us involved, and especially the UCLG, have devoted efforts toward this end on a wide variety of platforms. There are a great number of studies that can be cited as evidence to demonstrate the social and economic impact and spillover effects of cultural products and services. We cannot deny any of this. We must continue to work in this direction. In the meantime, people are struggling to make ends meet. We know that in Turkey alone, over 100 musicians reached the age of despair and committed suicide. The concept of precariat was deemed appropriate to describe the situation of those working in the field of arts and culture and the efforts spent in this field. And most analyses were based on this. But from now on, we will need to concentrate on expounding the concept of survival and resilience, figuring out how and under what condition it can actually be possible. When it comes to cultural activities, there are two more criteria that we need to take into consideration, and perhaps even more than social and economic impact. And those are ecology and public health. Therefore, when it comes to sustainability, it is now time to rethink acceleration together with and based on nature's own particular pace. A nature that includes not only underground and above ground resources, but also bacteria and viruses. And also consider the cycles of life on Earth and its ability to regenerate itself. We must continue to emphasize each and every day that culture, and primarily art, whether they are included in international documents or not, are to have a say in the sustainability of beauty and life itself. So, uncertainty, anxiety, restlessness. These are the characteristics of the people of the Anthropocene. But since this era has come to its end, then it means that it is time to replace these characteristics with new ones. I quote, "Nothing is beautiful, man alone is beautiful. All aesthetic rests on this piece of ingenuousness. It is the first axiom of this science, and now let us straightway add the second to it. Nothing is ugly save the degenerate man." This is what Friedrich Nietzsche wrote when he put forward the will to power as a new concept in Twilight of the Idols. When power went beyond all acceleration, everything that humans created and all that surrounds them became unsustainable. Now we are all experiencing the outcome together. To pull through this, we need new concepts. We need a brand new language that does not rely on our old conventions. And this would be possible through new concepts, i.e. the children of the creative mind which gives birth to language. But how? First, we must start off with new questions. That is what I tried to do in this speech. And although they have no answers for now, I have no doubt that it is the right questions that will pave the way for new concepts. For this, I propose replacing Nietzsche's will to power with a different will, which will develop brand new concepts that favor beauty and life, rather than the borrowed or customary language that we are in the habit of using. So I propose replacing it with the will to thought. Thank you.
We would have really missed something if we didn't stay and pay attention. Thank you very much, Serhan. Well, this wraps up this opening session. We have a plenary coming up, so don't go anywhere. I know it's long, but it's worth it. We come from afar, and we have a lot of people that are following us. Tomorrow, we have also a very interesting program where we're going to have to talk about gender equality, where we're going to talk about human rights, and also about city diplomacy, all topics that are very close to our hearts. And now, if I may, Mayor Sawyer, I think we can declare this summit officially open. Please be calm, be healthy, be creative, be bold, and discuss a lot. Thank you very much. Enjoy Izmir.
This session will have Valeria Marcolin, co-director of Culture et Développement, as chair, virtual chair. She will be with us tomorrow, Friday, the 10th of September, in Izmir, but today she's in Paris. She will chair this session from the distance, and I will try to help her in the co-chairing of this session because of the virtuality. Valeria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jordi. And indeed, we are becoming hybrid ourselves, everybody, in this state of the world that we are currently facing. Thank you for giving me the floor. Excellencies, colleagues, and friends present physically and virtually at this panel. First of all, let me thank you, UCLG and its Culture Commission, for their ongoing mobilization to highlight the key role of culture in our societies, for citizens, and for sustainable development of our human settlement. I'm particularly honored to chair this session, which is dedicated to the cultural diversity in the creative economy, as it is organized at, we all know, at the occasion of the International Year of Creative Economy 2021. Therefore, it provides us with the opportunity to convene key messages towards multiple stakeholders from local to international level. I'm also honored to introduce our panelists in their different duties and capacities, who will share with all of us the richness and the diversity of their commitment to the promotion of cultural diversity within the perspective of a sustainable economic development. We have around our physical and virtual table, once again, our keynote speakers, Nicolas Bouchot, President Grand Paris Alliance for Metropolitan Development, speakers Nicolas Montero, Councillor for Culture from Bogota, Gunter Axt, online, Councillor for Culture from Porto Alegre, Tita Larazati, Chair of Bandung Creative Cities Forum and focal point of Bandung Cities of Design for UNESCO Creative Cities Network, who is also lecturer researchers at the Institute Teknologi Bandung in Bandung, in Indonesia. Then we have also with us Professor Ali Mishik, Mayor of Kutu Aya. I hope that I pronounce correctly the name of the cities. Angarat Cooper, Project Lead, Center for Music Ecosystem, and member of Sound Diplomacy. Last but not least, Kangul Kush, Head of Blue Growth Policies Unit, Izmir Development Agency. As Jordi introduced himself, he will be at the end co-chairing with me this session because as I have to leave for Izmir, if ever we can't catch up with the delay, I will kindly leave to him the final conclusion of this session that will be for sure very much inspiring. For a brief introduction, and as a brief reminder, in 2019, at the 74th session of the UN General Assembly, 2021 was declared the International Year of Creative Economy for Sustainable Development. The declaration recognized, among others, the need to promote sustained and inclusive economic growth, foster innovation, and provide opportunities, benefits, and empowerment for all, and respect for all human rights. I thought it was important to remind this framework. However, we may ask ourselves through our panel if creative economy is a consensual paradigm. As Mark Banks states in his analysis, for example, on the creative economy paradigm in UK, and as he asked himself, how do we measure and what to indicate, how do we indicate the real value and benefits of the creative economy? I truly believe that local authorities and civil society acting at grassroots level are the best suited partners to identify, raise awareness, and contribute to correct eventually and possible inequalities mentioned for sure in the previous panel in the access to culture for all and access to cultural diversity. The last year of the COVID pandemic showed us, for example, that of course digital is an opportunity, but it can also represent an interest to access cultural diversity. For this panel, our panelists have been invited, and I will then give the floor to our first keynote speakers, to think about the following questions, among others. What could be the effect and the aftershocks of the pandemic on the cultural industries and the creative economies? How can cities and local regional governments better support the cultural sectors and actors with economic measures and build stronger cultural systems? Our cities, local, regional governments and cultural sectors promoting new possibilities to access heritage and knowledge, and at the same time providing opportunities for more sustainable models of creation, production and consumption. I would say access to culture. Participation and cultural participation too. What action are taking the cultural sector in the frame of this 2021 International Year of Creative Economy to foster cultural diversity? On those questions, I am very pleased to provide the floor to Nicolas Bouchot for the Grand Paris Alliance for Metropolitan Development.
Thank you very much, Valeria. Thank you. Good afternoon. After the wealth of comments and intros of the previous plenary, it's a pleasure to reboot the last segment of this afternoon to address a couple of issues linked with this question of creative economy. And thank you to Mayor Chung Sawyer, to UCLG for giving me the opportunity to share the results of a series of, I would say, explorations across the G20 in the past months and proposals that are currently being developed linked with this question. So let me start by not creative economy, but by the background of creative economy, right? And the fact that what we are talking about is completely different than what was on the agenda of creative economy just a few months ago or pre-COVID, right? Creative classes, creative districts, creative cities, everything sort of in this regard, or a lot of that dates back from the turn of the millennium, right? And was developed in a context of sort of concerned, but rather joyful and optimistic rise of urban development, turn from rural world to urban development. I put the minus 800, 500 years mark, which is of Izmir, just to remind us that until the 70s, 80s of this millennium, this century, right, the world was still predominantly rural. And in the 70s, there were as many people living on the whole planet as there are people living in cities today, right? Even less. So the shifts are not just more massive, but they are accelerating. And in this context, sort of everything bounced against the COVID wall, right? There will be, especially for culture and creative economy, at all scales, a before and an after pandemic. The pandemic is not over, right? There might be other pandemics from other nature, right? So we will have to live with that, but the impacts are tremendous. It's not the first time that we are coping with these issues. Yes, it's small, but you've all heard about this in the 1972 report, right? Only One Earth, or the Limits to Growth. Before that, there was this interesting preliminary report from 1970, right? You can read the title, The Predicament of the Mankind, an exploration of a world that is complex. That was more than 50 years ago. Somehow we have not progressed very much in understanding complexity. But what has changed, and you can see here, I would say quasi-physically, this constant pathway of urbanization, which really is the background of the development of creative economy, and the COVID in that regard, and the questions this might raise if you include into the equation other aspects such as resources, ecosystem transformation, which are linked with urban life, which are linked with societal transformations, and what can be done. This is really the subtext of what I would like to share with you today in the next couple of years ahead of the 2030 mark of the Sustainable Development Goals. Interestingly, if you look at how creative economy, and there are many definitions, you can find them from UNESCO, UNCTAD, etc., but if you look at the rise of the creative economy, it has substantially followed the pathway of urbanization, right? Be it about exports, be it about imports. Pre-COVID, it was usually described as a $1 trillion economy, employing several dozens of millions of people across the globe at the junctions of formal and informal economy, and it was constantly and steeply rising. The COVID-19 pandemic has crushed these perspectives. Interestingly, whereas at the turn of the millennium, I mentioned that, right? It was all about creative classes, etc., something I've never liked so much. Indonesia launched in 2017 a very interesting global policy agenda, multilateral policy agenda called the World Conference on Creative Economy, also echoing what was carried out in South and Latin America, especially led by Colombia on the orange economy. And this largely converged this agenda, and I think our colleague Tita will touch upon that, inclusively creative conference on creative economy to the UN resolution that was mentioned minutes ago. But again, right, whereas this was all adopted and crafted well in 2019, then there was the pandemic a few months afterwards, and all the agendas were disrupted, right? All of them. This conference in Izmir is a little bit special because it might be, I might be wrong, right? There was the meeting of the cultural ministers in Italy in July. This was reminded to us a few minutes ago. The question is, but this was not like this with so many people. It was mostly ministers or representatives of countries. This conference here is in Izmir 2021, might be one of the very first physical, of course it's also hybrid, but physical gatherings of people coming from as far as Indonesia to address collectively the impacts and the follow-up of the crisis. So it's quite important, it's quite meaningful, it's quite interesting. And really the question is how to move forward efficiently. I will not comment on that, but just to show that if you consider urbanization and its transformations, if you consider environmental agendas, if you consider digitalization, right, you can see that these pre-COVID, right, pre-pandemic, these were massively growing, and they have again hit the pandemic wall. The creative economy agenda is a new agenda. It is not stabilized yet, right? It's too early to say it is about that, not about that, etc. Which is why I think the Indonesian government was very clever in saying inclusively creative. It was inclusive locally, it was inclusive regarding gender, it was inclusive regarding scales, but it was inclusive also in terms of north, west, south, east, and etc. And this creative economy agenda comes along other agendas. And the United Nations Year of Creative Economy, of course, in 2021, will not bear the fruits that it was designed to be. But there are solutions which are emerging in a recovery perspective, which might be even more interesting and substantial than what was on the table pre-COVID. Because when it comes to creative economy and culture, sometimes it's a little bit about slogans. It's a little bit about wishful thinking. It's a little bit about the world should be like this and like this. Now we know what we are talking about with the COVID. We have tested our own individual capacities to resist or to be resilient or not. And we have seen also the consequences of the problem. So last year, and I think our colleague Luca Trifone from Rome will touch upon that tomorrow more efficiently, so I won't be long on that. But in the Urban 20, the group of cities of the G20, we managed to explore this question of culture, creative economy, the future of work, labor, youth engagement, And it was also reflected by the final communique, which was endorsed by over 40 major cities, and UCLG, as a partner of the Urban 20, was part of this effort. This year, it was not so much on the Urban 20 agenda, but has not disappeared, whereas it is on the agenda of another group within the G20, which is the group of think tanks. Also together with Tita here, we have produced collectively with a number of institutions, including UNHabitat, UNCTAD, and others, I would say a very deeply researched policy brief on the conditions of how to include creative economy in recovery agendas at the G20 level. This has not disappeared from the exploration of the SDGs, and there was a very interesting event during this year online, high-level political forum, and together with the Asian Development Bank and the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta, ahead of the G20 Indonesia next year in 2022, there has been a launch of a call for policy papers about creative economy. Usually such calls for papers receive, let's say, 20, 30 proposals. We received over 100 from across the globe in just a few weeks period of time, illustrating the interest at a global level for creative economy and the different dimensions of creative economy. And I think it was the Minister of Culture of Turkey mentioning that we are compelled to work as at the intersections, at the crossroads of a growing number of issues. This is another work across the G20, the T20, and other other arenas that has started a few months ago, and that also will address in the coming years the issue of creative economy. The good news is that in parallel, the group of ministers of culture of the G20 has been incorporated. This is very new, right? So it was a lot about communication. But when you look at the declaration, the material on creative economy and culture, which has been displayed, is very much echoing, I would say, the core parts of this emerging creative economy agenda in a post-COVID-19 recovery perspective. And that's very interesting because this will be my last series of comments. We are talking about many things that are not typically what we are thinking about, music or web designing or arts or culture. We are talking about infrastructure, including urban infrastructure. We are talking about resources, right? We are talking about heritage, and we are talking about trade. All those dimensions are inseparable from an emerging agenda on creative economy. We are talking about landscapes, and in all these dimensions you can see you are touching heritage, cultural aspects, and also economic and development issues. We are talking about creation, of course, core of cultural creation or even recreation. We are talking also about another dimension which is less commonly explored, that is the issue of cognitivity, cognitive changes, and the fact that we are dealing with globalizing cultural and historical flows. So it is to be handled with care. This will be my final comment. COVID is not over. And I can only invite ourselves and together here and with Izmir to draw precise conclusions from this very important summit, to contribute in the coming weeks, in the coming months, to rising agenda in a recovery perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Nicolas Bichot, pour votre introduction. Language diversity. Je change avec une introduction en français pour les traducteurs et les le Covid et les...
Thank you very much for reminding us these important subjects, and for talking about the importance of creative economy for us, and this pandemic has become an opportunity for us in order to realize a new paradigm and what we need to implement in order to achieve this, and it pushed us to think about this issue. And the works that can be done internationally were taken into account. Without further ado, I would like to give the stage to Kütahya Mayor, Professor Dr. Aylin Işık. Dear President, dear participants, I would like to welcome all of you to the fourth Culture Summit in Izmir. It is very important for us that it has been done today, which is the Liberation Day for Izmir. Thanks everyone for putting in effort. First, I will talk about the cultural richness of the city that I am in mayor in, which is Kütahya, and on the second part, we will talk about cultural diversity.
In 2017, it's the first city, and it's one of the 60 cities in the world. And I would like to congratulate everyone that put effort in this award, that because Kütahya is an art city and UNESCO has taken Kütahya one of the artistic cities in the world. And there are embroidery and some embroidery and some handcrafts that, and also ceramic tiles and ceramics and glazed tiles are cooked and then shaped, and they are produced. And this is a handicraft that is polished. It's glossy and baked. And Kütahya is one of the few cities that have this handcraft. And especially the tiles that are produced and the objects that are made of tiles have an important place in the culture and in the history of Ottomans. From Muslim Turkish states, they have a long history, and the cultures can exist if they are co-produced. And for example, in Kütahya, in their weddings, in henna nights, they wear special pants, like the loose pants, so that they can wear their folkloric clothes. And this tradition is also taking place in their daily lives, and that's really important, and it's vital in our tradition and in our daily lives. And it's one of the aspects that Kütahya was entered in UNESCO heritage cities. And Kütahya not only was known in the city, in the world, but also Kütahya for 7,000 years, of its history, I thought that the simultaneous translation and especially in Byzantium hosted different states in history. Especially in Ottoman Empire, Kütahya has the founding place of Ottoman Empire, and from 60 countries we have foreign students, and we have 2 universities, and we have around 6,000 foreign students. So Kütahya is one of the meeting points of foreign students, and all the students are in interaction. Kütahya at the same time has its riches underground, and for example, underground, 50% of the reserves of borium exists in Kütahya, and also drinkable fresh water, but thermal drinkable fresh water is in Kütahya as well, and 60% of its overall square meter is forests, and we have the industry based on soil and borium and tiles and ceramics. It's the capital of tile and ceramics. And for international activities and cultural diversity, it's prominent for us. And during pandemic period, the artists and masons living in our city, like in other cities, had challenging times. And as the municipality, within this period, we could not contribute them a lot. But especially for the artists and for our masons, during the pandemic period, through online trainings and face-to-face trainings, we try to give trainings as English language, to increase the capacity of tile making and cooperatives, so that they could be skilled for the world, and we try to give them these kinds of trainings. As you all know, the cultural economy, in order to make them sustainable, the role of culture and local economy is really important. And the masons and artists living in the cities, without participating them, local government's efforts will be without conclusions, because if you collaborate with these artists, then the sustainability can be possible. So from this thought on, in order to develop the cultural economies, we try to invest in human beings. so that they can feel more valuable. And cultural diversity has become the most important theme of the sessions, and also cultural similarities are also important, because we know that many countries have been affected from each other, and when you go abroad you can see some reflections from your own culture. For example, in Madrid ceramics you can see the Andalusian effect, and in the tile figures are similar to Kütahya tiles, and also in Hungary you can see that some Turkish coffee cups can be sold in Hungary, and especially digital technology and museums may not be organized not only for final products, but they can also exhibit the cultural similarities. And with the participation of different countries, we are trying to have a library and museum for ceramics with Tabriz, Spain, Italy, and this design library can show the cultural similarities and to determine them. So this is the last minute, thank you. And the most important one is that for design, the tile art can have a leading role for other arts, for metal and other arts. And as the first step, we applied for European tile cities. So we are trying to create a network in our country. And among cultures, the transition among cultures is really important for us. And for example, gastronomy cities and art and masonry cities, they can meet together, and then they can have embroidered bags, money bags, or some tiles with different designs, so that they can create diversity. And literature and film cities can also contribute to the gaining of these arts into today's world. As local governments, we should be leaders for practical work, and then the participation of private sector can make it more sustainable, especially between 4 to 8 October 2021, World Means, Cities of Means. We are going to host an activity, and I would like to invite you to this forum to interact with each other culturally. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le maire, pour votre contribution qui montre les rôles clés. Thank you very much for your contribution, distinguished mayor, and the local governments, and in terms of biodiversity, what kind of a role that they can play. You explained this, and how they can contribute to coexistence, and you also talked about the digital media, and you said that we can use them. Now I will give the floor to the next speaker, Bogota representative will address you, Nicolo Montelo, his video.
Todas las personas que hacen posible este encuentro, especialmente a la Secretaría General de la Red de Ciudades y Gobiernos Locales Unidos, y por supuesto a la Alcaldía de Izmir.
I'd like to thank UCLG. I'd like to thank Tunç Soyer, the mayor, for giving us the opportunity so being a part of this panel is very important to us. And the cultural diversity and social biodiversity is very important for that. And of course, this is about the capacities. We want to change this. Bogota is very happy to be a part of this panel, and we are very happy to be a part of this. And there are different actors, and we can see that they affect this. Bogota has a 8 million population. Colombia's capital and financial capital recently. In Latin America, based on the creative of their citizens, it's become an important thing, and we are all creative. In 2016, our Ministry of Culture started an initiative, and they wanted to create the culture. And the public policies started working in this regard, and other cultural communities were empowered that.
From the framework of the public, we generate cultural value, propose training scenarios, and expand the demand for culture by strengthening, while we manage the data and learnings from both private investment and public spending. With our public policy, we have consolidated Bogota as a city where creation is the transforming axis, establishing dynamic and practices that energize the relationships. We created the first district network of creative districts and culture. It's a spatial strategy that encourages the productivity by getting on a governance model where capacities are shared that enrich the work of. It's wonderful to witness this growing through strategies such as Albida Bogota Culture Creativa, Aula Creativa, where we promote joint work capacity between the public and the private, and also add with the academics. We strengthen the best and projects in alliance with some of the entities of national order. We generate tools to protect the rights of creators. This protects in turn cultural diversity. Public investment in culture is materialized through promotion programs, from which recent years more than 22 million have been produced. That is to enrich the lives of citizens, and in 2020 we proposed to the city's program Culture. We launched it, and training processes cultural and creative agents in constant dialogue with. This year, this project accompanies the territories where the 90% of cultural creativity has been formed, and we will deliberately $7 million source. It has been determined, and more than 1,000 projects will be consolidated, and we are going to help more than 5,000 people to learn more about which close, among others, as a successful cases economic reactivation. Today we know that in 2019 culture and creativity will amount to more than $3 billion and 5.2 of the added value of the city. This information is available thanks to the satellite account of culture, the result of the alliance between the Secretary of Culture, Recreation and Sports and the National Administrative Department. going through the challenges we have faced globally, today Bogota celebrates the primordial role that creation and culture have shown. Cultural diversity is what allows us to meet. It is from where we strengthen the bonds, and it's from where we hope to continue building in common. Side by side is a sustainable city model which is committed to new forms and that will be more participatory and more democratic. And we believe that the creation and culture are the fundamental axes, and we hope to continue adding voices. Culture undoubtedly defines the future. We hope to continue with all of you creating the future that we are going to define side by side. Thank you very much.
For the support of the host. Je voulais féliciter cette intervention de Bogota qui nous montre comme l'épidémie de Covid est sans doute mis en avant des défis que nous avons à relever pour le développement inclusif de la culture.
So the pandemic process has provided us to see a future, and maybe we need more solutions to support art and culture, and for the sustainable economy it might be a supporting power for us, and for the cultural development and for the improvement of human capital we need to increase the number of cultural events, and that's why we need to have an economic analysis. It's a part of it, and the cultural activities need to be marketed. And apart from those, I would like to give the floor to Tita Alaretti. She is the head of Cities Network. I get a little bit upset, but I need to leave the session right now. I'll be together with you tomorrow, and we will moderate tomorrow's session, and thank you very much for your participation.
Okay, while waiting for my slide, I'm introducing myself again. My name is Tita. I'm from Indonesia, and I'm here mostly to represent communities in Indonesia that gather themselves. We are non-government people. So I'm the chair of Bandung Creative City Forum, but also then co-founder of Indonesia Creative Cities Network. And if the slide is on, the first page is, now you have to imagine that, yeah, because you have to wait for that. In the first page is actually some screenshots of videos that we made during COVID, because everybody should stay at home. Nobody is allowed to do the usual mobility that they did. And what we could do was we are trying to, because we are lots of young people. Indonesia is composed of maybe 60–70% young people. So we give them upskilling and reskilling of what they may use during the COVID, and after maybe the COVID is under control. But then we did it through videos of, we call it Indonesia Pulih. Pulih means recovering. And while doing that, we're actually training them to make music editing, picture editing, and so on and so on. And they have been doing it from their respective cities and regencies. And the second slide, now you have to imagine it again, that you see this Indonesia map, but then we have huge numbers of statistics that actually really shows that we are really diverse. And that's why our country slogan is unity in diversity. We have 17,000 something island. We are 200 million something people. We have 514 cities and regencies. We have 300 ethnic groups, 700 languages, and so on and so on. So for us, it can be seen as a strength, and that's really what makes us resilient. But that's also pose a lot of challenges, because, well, 17,000 islands, you have to reach them if you don't have to build your ship or harbors, you have to fly and so on, because otherwise, how can you communicate? And that's why we have so many languages and that what unites us is Indonesian language itself. So the thing is, we learn to be resilient by actually building models to overcome with all these differences to find our main purposes. So that's what we as communities have also been doing in this regards. And in the data as well, in the second slide, you can see that it's a matter, our main challenge is always disparity, because of course, most of our resources in the sense of money and human beings who are capable are in Java Island. In West Java only, 30% of Indonesian citizens live there. So governments know when they want to win the vote for national level, then they have to win West Java. That's where I'm at now. So anyway, but then that doesn't mean that it's easy to reach other people in other islands. But then with the recent technology, we can reach them digitally. They have access to internet technology and so on. And the recent government also have been building infrastructure up to those further islands and so on. But then we can see that, I forgot the number, it's on the slide. I think more than 40% and so on who holds the internet in their hands use it for social media. And if you don't follow it, if you don't follow the physical infrastructure with social and psychological development, then what do you get? And if you get all this technology in your hand and you can just easily spread your news, but then you don't have the same level of education, you don't have the same level of willingness to just share together and so on and so on. That's why we are also prone to so-called hoax or false news and so on. And that's really easy to, it's really easy for anyone to really break up Indonesia in a way like that. So that's why we've been learning how to live together in this situation by building up models. And that's where the third slide comes from. It has this, what Indonesia Creative Cities Network is about. So we realize, especially young people realize that they cannot live all the time by doing the, well, Nicola and I had this conversation not long ago, by extracting natural resources only. Because these young people also know that maybe the oil spare that they have, maybe they don't last for another 10 years. So they really have to quickly find other means of economy. So no more extracting, but more intersecting, more exploring themselves and relying on what they can create or what they can think about and so on. So that's why these young people, they make changes in their own cities and villages and remote areas and so on. There it is. That's the first slide. Those are taken from different cities in Indonesia to lift the spirit of these young people. This is not the end of the world. You can still create things. You can also teach your surroundings and so on. Because human beings have this sense of sharing. They want to be needed, so they can share knowledge and so on. And the second slide shows the numbers of Indonesia and how we are very much prone to this kind of disparity. And that's why I was going to say that these young people, they form these groups in their cities and they make changes. They're not necessarily successful all the time, because most of them are really in opposite with the government, what the government is doing and so on and so on. So that's why we formed ourselves in 2015. Now we have gathered already 220 cities from a total of 514, because we want to back up each other. And what we learn from being Indonesian is that you have to build a model in order to stay together. And that's what the next slide is. So all cities, all communities who are becoming our members should do this framework. So they are all committed to the 10 principles of Indonesia cities, which are these keywords, and they imply to the Sustainable Development Goals. And then we have the creative economic ecosystem that we also believe in that. And then we also involve all the hexahelix stakeholders of creative city. And last slide, I think. So we've been building our mind around it, and then we want to connect to the government and so on. The question, the main question that I want to answer now is that, one, what can government do? So we are actually adapting these 10 principles of creative city and in creative economy sense to Indonesian government's KPI. So we have been also having conversations with the government because we want to know how they count their performance. And if we can promise them, if you run the city with these 10 principles, then you get this good performance index. And second question is that is creative economy relevant for the future? So actually I'm answering this with our policy recommendation. We can go to the next slide. A policy recommendation for U20 last year. But we can skip this because no time. We argue that the creative economy is actually providing skills that are needed by especially younger generation to face the future in a resilient way, because they have three traits or three characteristics that is always needed for the future. First is they have a higher cognitive sense, which means they always want to make differences, they always want to be different from the peers in a positive way, and then they always want to make innovation, so they want something new all the time. Second characteristic is that they're technologically savvy, so whatever comes to them, they want to try it on and so on, especially to find a new way to deliver product, service, and system, improving the old systems and so on. And the third characteristic is that they see themselves, the agility to see themselves not as their position, like you're the chairman, you're the CEO, you're anything, but then they see themselves more as their function. So what do I contribute to my community if they are used to having this kind of organization within a community? So I think that's what I can say for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Tita. You have traveled many kilometers to be here with us, and your presentation has been very, very interesting. I think that the network you have created in Indonesia is a model that needs to be taken into account as it considers all the dimensions, the global, the national, the local. So it is a great model for integration. Thank you again. Now I will give the floor to Angarat Cooper, the project lead of the Center for Music Ecosystems and member of Sound Diplomacy, one of our partners, Sound Diplomacy of the UCLG Culture Committee. Thank you very much, Angarat Cooper, and you have the floor.
Great, thank you. Hello? There, does that work? There we go. Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, so Angharad Cooper from the Centre for Music Ecosystems, a new NGO set up to study the relationship between the 17 SDGs and music. So one of the things we were asked to think about is to think about the effects and aftershocks of the pandemic. And I think first and foremost, particularly when considering these ecosystems, which can obviously be very fragile, some of the very hardest hit will be the very creators and artists themselves, often working and living in extremely precarious conditions, even in the wealthiest countries around the world. And we know that many creators have either ceased working or sold important artistic equipment or instruments, and therefore will be some of the most affected by, as well, some of the mental and or physical health challenges associated with the pandemic itself. So these effects are obviously an opportunity for a shift of perspective on the value we place in society. For example, we've seen across the world a new emphasis on some of the key worker roles that have kept us alive during this period. And it might be interesting to consider the role of artists there as well, because the role of culture in our homes during confinement obviously became so accelerated and so elevated, really throwing into sharp relief how much we need that connectedness that we find in shared cultural experience. And in terms of the role of cities and local governments better supporting the cultural sector, I think there's an initial opportunity or need here for those of us in culture to make, in the first instance, if we can, the value of culture more tangible for policymakers. So really clearly demonstrating what could be achieved with proper infrastructure, planning, policy making and funding on a long-term sustainable basis, and how that would compare with the current situation. But crucially, if local and regional governments can support creators themselves, and not just the creation or end result, that would be very powerful and something I think we can really also think about on a global scale. Obviously, emergency relief measures are excellent and much needed, but only temporary, so we really need proper strategic long-term investment. But beyond that, there's also an exciting shared responsibility that we have here across the board, to be curious and to be connected, and to learn from best practice internationally. We know that competition for resources will be higher than ever, but in a cultural ecosystem, we are perfectly placed as well to see what can be done differently, even if there are potentially very limited means. It's still an opportunity for us to come together and to have that conversation and to think creatively together around that. But there are some players in the ecosystem who are obviously much better equipped to organize that and to create and nurture those spaces and that conversation than others. So for example, this could include creating a cultural or musical task force to foster dialogue between artists, venues, and local government. Just quite a simple first step where we can see what flourishes as a result of that. As a thought experiment, for example, we could all explore the question, what if we treated music, arts, and culture like any other form of infrastructure and prioritized it? That question can be asked by any organization, be it arts, music, or culture-led, or by a government of any size in any country. So how are cities and cultural sectors promoting new opportunities to access? Well, what we're seeing from our perspective is that more and more cities around the world are adopting music strategies, where it's acknowledged that music, arts, and culture are a primary economic, social, and cultural driver of recovery. If more of these music strategies had been in place before the crisis, it could be argued that we would have experienced less of a hard knock. We know that generally around the world we dedicate a lot of resources as well to extracting materials from the earth to power society. But creativity is, in theory, limitless, providing it has the right conditions in which to thrive. But in creating these conditions, we must also recognize that, as with past growth, inequality can also increase. But with better planning and clear shared intentions now, we'll certainly go a long way towards creating a more equal playing field in the future. Something else we can also do with very limited resources is looking at schemes for different players in the cultural ecosystem to sign up to. For example, committing to fair treatment, fair remuneration, as well as to environmental commitments. And these schemes are something that work because they're obviously both public-facing, collective and individual, and because most often they also capture the public spirit and a desire for change. For example, the UK Musicians Union has operated a fair play venue scheme in the UK since 2010, which supports grassroots venues, stamps out the unfair treatment of musicians, and consists of an easily accessible network of other venues to connect to. But in terms of actions taken by the cultural sector in the year of creative economy, from our perspective, from the Centre for Music Ecosystems, our goal would be that in an ideal world, music would be incorporated into how we plan, develop, and invest in the places we live and the skills we create thereby, creating more sustainable, equitable communities. For that reason, each of our projects is measurable against each of the 17 SDGs. As a new NGO as well, we're also committed to sharing the work that we do, and so anybody who's interested, I'd like to invite you to go to our website and download our free guide to the music and the SDGs, which also functions as more of a toolkit. And because we're new, we want to be out and about meeting as many of you as possible. So if any of this is of interest, we'd love to open a conversation. So please do get in touch, and we'd love to continue speaking with you if you'd be interested in doing so. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Angrat. Let me insist on what Angrat just mentioned. That guide, the guide Sound Diplomacy published on music, cities and the SDGs. It is a wonderful document. We have now written the link of the document in the Zoom conversation. And if you want the physical participants to know more, please ask Angrat. Now, last but not least speaker, Cangül Kuş. Thank you for coming. Teşekkürler.
Thank you so much, Jordi.
You are the head of the Blue Growth Policies Unit of the Izmir Development Agency.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much, Jordi. It's a huge opportunity to talk about culture and the creative economy in the Creative Economy Year for Sustainable Development. And we're so proud to host this summit in our beautiful city on the Izmir's Liberation Day. Welcome again. I want to start my speech with an attribution from the Book of Human and Culture, which is written by Professor Dr. Bozkurt Güvenç, one of the respected social scientists of Turkey. People are similar because their cultures are similar. People are not alike because their cultures are different. People change because their culture changes. Last 2 years, the culture sector has been changed inevitably. And it was a very challenging time. Actually, it's still. And when the economy experienced the biggest contraction globally after the Great Depression, the UNCTAD gives us the recipe for the recovery and the growth to focus creativity. I'm working for a regional development agency, and our main role is policy making. We're starting to understand the region, the potentials of the region, the needs of the region, and then we're preparing the regional plans, strategies, and the analysis. We are designing the future goals to make Izmir a better place, and we're producing the information. We are, summarize our mission is, on the basis of green and the blue growth approach, to develop pioneering, original, and exemplary projects for Izmir. Especially on the blue growth approach, is feeding by Izmir's 5,000 years old port history. And we are also feeding by the city's multilingual, multicultural, and the multi-religious structure. At this point, the creative industries offer us a new story for the economic growth, prosperity, and the innovation by prioritizing the cultural diversity and interaction directly in the human focus. These industries characterized with high added value because they are highly interlinked with the knowledge and the technology. And they are also urbanization, cultural diversity, and the new employment opportunities, show us a new employment opportunity. When you compare with the other giant sectors of the economy, such as construction, agriculture, or the manufacturing industry, creative industries are so modest scale in the Turkey's economy. These industries comprise the 3% of overall production, 2% of national turnover, and 1% of employment in Turkey. Same as the situation in Izmir. In Izmir, the creative economies, the creative industries are a relatively small part of the Izmir's economy. Izmir's economy, it's almost at $20 billion, and the creative industries has just 600 million turnovers and approximately 13,000 people of employment. But the three main areas are shaping the Izmir's creative economy. First one is the ICT, especially the gaming, software, and the networking services. The second one is a new media and the advertisement, and the third one is design. How about now? We know the frame, we know the sectors, and we know the added value and the other numbers. How can we boost again the innovation, employment, and the economical growth? If you are asking me, I can give you some answer, especially aspect of the Izmir. The strongest part of Izmir is a resilient and vibrant, vital, creative ecosystem. This ecosystem is shaping by the creative communities, creative hubs, creative events, and the creative entrepreneurs as well. And now, after the recovery of the post-pandemic, the ecosystem defines their needs on the very tangible things. The first one is financial support, and it's not a surprise. The capacity building programs and the consultancy about the intellectual properties, these are the second one. And this city, this ecosystem, needs some new programs at the İzmir's 9 University, especially on the cultural policy, cultural diplomacy, culture and the art management, because there is none. For an inclusive and a sustainable growth, it's critical to producing the information, and that drives the production process and represents the actually added value. Achieving this success in today's reality is directly related to having the creative industry. We are shaping the futures with culture and the creativity, and I think we start here. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Teşekkürler. Thank you for your presentation. We are running out of time, and we have an outstanding session coming next in the main venue. I'm looking at the keynote, Silvia Aman, and the facilitator, the chair, Gabriele Rosana. And there is another very interesting session to happen in the workshop in a few minutes. But I do not want to finish this session without final comments and explanations from our keynote speaker, Nicolas Bouchou. Nicolas, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jordi. I don't want to be too formal, right? But give you 2 or 3 main points which I would like to recapture from this session. The first one is in this context of the crisis that was well described earlier on by Mayor Tung Soyer, Mayor of Istanbul, we have to be very much aware that when we are talking about creative economy, it's not a luxury. Sometimes it used to be like the fancy things, right? With the fancy people, different from the average people. This should be the other way. This should be the other way around. How to do this shift, which is very much needed? One way, of course, is to strengthen capacity building, policy making, as was reminded by Jungle minutes ago. And Izmir is quite very well performing in that regard, even if you have described what needs to be done. The other way around is also not instead, but also at the global level. And here what we can see is that our discussion is terra incognita. If you go to the group of ministers of finance of the G20 and you say, okay, what can we do about creative economies? What it is about, right? Culture, etc. There is a possibility to move on through the issue of data management, harmonization of data sets is very important, can probably only be achieved in this kind of policy environment. And there are reasonable hopes that next year Indonesia can do something in that regard. In this regard also, what Tita mentioned about these articulations between the very local and community and people level to this policy level is very important. Last element, since we are here also talking about culture, something that needs to be refined, and it won't be easy, is the links between creative economy and culture. It used to be more separated than it is now. There is a kind of consensus, whether you go to UNESCO, to UNCTAD and other agencies, that it is not opposing dimensions, but they should be tied up together. And that's probably something that could be pushed also by the G20 cultural ministers if this formula keeps on going in the coming years. So this would be my last comments. Well aware that again, this is not a luxury, but this is probably part of how to live together in a challenging context. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I think that all what you said will be continued by Gabriele and Silvia Aman. So those that wish to carry on this conversation, stay here in this venue. Those that are listening, following the conversation on Zoom, stay in this venue. If you are really interested in the role of culture in the climate emergency, we are suffering, go to the workshop or follow the other parallel session. Thank you very much.
time. I think I can start already by greeting and welcoming those in the room. Are all our guests that are intervening online connected? Look for a sign on that, and looks like also our... Okay. So we can go. Thank you. Thanks a lot. So I was waiting for the go sign, and as I said, welcome to this session, which will focus on COVID-19 and cultural policies, impact and innovation, at the end of a very interesting day full of thought-provoking speeches. Let me also thank UCLG for organizing this summit that for many of us is a first occasion out of Zoom, Teams, and so on in this 18 months. So it's so good to be here, and also good to connect with those speakers that are with us online for this session. Let me indeed introduce them and greet them. First, who are here with me in Izmir, Sylvia Mann, who's our keynote speaker today, who's the director of InfoRelay and a policy advisor on EU policies, and Azadeh Ramezani, who's an artist active here in Turkey in the region of Izmir and creator of the project Bulk Connection. Then, connected online, we have Laia Gash-Casals, senior advisor on culture and creative industries of World Cities Culture Forum, Ralph Vatmans, who's the director for culture of Esch-sur-Alzette, European Capital of Culture in 2022, Christian Sénécal, director of Les Arts et la Ville, Maciej Hoffman, who's a policy officer at the European Commission, at the directorate who deals with culture, education, youth and sport, Nathalie Gué, who's the Secretary General of the International Federation of Coalitions for Cultural Diversity. So also welcome to them. I'm finally just a word also about me. I'm Gabriele Rosana and the Policy Director of Culture Action Europe. Culture Action Europe is the main European transnational and transsectorial cultural network dealing with cultural policies and all practices in culture. It is a member of the 2030 Goal campaign and a long-time ally of UCLG. Among the campaigns that we are implementing this year and after the pandemic breakout, we do have a campaign which is called the Cultural Deal for Europe. It is about putting culture at the heart of the recovery, not only the recovery, but also the sustainable future we do imagine for Europe, in our case, as we are active on a European scale, but of our global future, I would say, also having in mind that today's conversation is about it's about a global scale. Culture, as we know, has the power to heal and to reconnect, so that's what we are looking forward, I must say, in these years. And culture is not just a sector of the economy. We know that culture represents much more than that, but still, as it is a very powerful figure, let me give you a figure we have been using a lot in cultural policy in the EU setting, which is that of the minus 31% of GDP for cultural and creative sectors in Europe, up to minus 90 in some subsectors, including and especially live performance. We know that ahead of us we have several challenges. Actually, not only ahead of us, we are already facing those challenges, and we need to be creative when it comes to the solutions, and also innovative when it comes to the policies to implement. So not only the funding schemes in these paramount recovery funds that we are implementing in these months, not only those recovery schemes should and must include and target culture and the cultural actors, but we should also trigger a new thinking when it comes to policy and regulation. So a regulatory shift, starting from something which was already there before the pandemic, but has been exacerbated by the pandemic. For example, the working conditions of artists and cultural workers around the world. These are the challenges, including cultural in the global thinking of the recovery, targeting those who work in culture, the artists, to put indeed culture back at the center of our sustainable recovery. One of the slogans of the recovery is building back better. Let me a bit revise it, let's co-create together better. And in order to start doing that, in order to start also co-create cultural policies, let me to begin then welcome here on the podium Sylvia Mann, which, as I said before, is a policy expert, director of Info Relais, and among the many studies she has developed in the last months, there is also one for the European Parliament, which is precisely on the COVID-19 impact on culture and creative sectors and the way forward. So I'm sure she will share with us a lot of interesting inputs. And without further ado, Sylvia, you are welcome on the podium.
Yes, hello, good evening. It's a real pleasure to be here with you in Izmir, and also congratulations to the very interesting program of the first day. I had a lot of interesting moments up to now. And I think it's also very special to be again in a room, face to face, in a setting of a conference. And this brings us already to our topic of this session. So the specific circumstances of the pandemic, the effect on the cultural and creative sectors, and also then related policy answers. What is the way out of this situation? Where should cultural policymakers and other decision makers put some focus? I will refer in my speech today to 3 different studies. I was involved on the European continent. One was already mentioned by Gabriele. It was the study for the European Parliament. And then we did 2 other studies related to resilient access to finance systems and to innovation relaunch programs for the cultural and creative sectors in the European Union. So I will also in my input first look a little bit back. So what was the situation before the pandemic, then the crisis effects, and then also policy answers and some forward looking outlook in that sense. So maybe to name it as post-pandemic narratives and opportunities. So what can we do for the future? How can we build new opportunities? But maybe first to look back. And when we look at a pre-COVID-19 situation in the cultural and creative sectors, we have to observe structural shortcomings, but also impressive performance, at least in quantities. We can always discuss about quality. But when I first refer to the shortcomings, so we were in highly fragmented organizational settings with fragmented value chains, also very much project-based working conditions. Then the whole questions related to IP and income models, also in the digital world, were not fully solved. Then very high business risk, also non-profit character of many of the activities, and therefore unsustainable earning models. There were shortcomings in recognizing the potential of the social and societal value of the cultural and creative sectors. But on the other side, we had also some encouraging elements. Oh, a cat is joining us, which is very nice. Like for example, the increasing engagement of cities in international cooperation, also in international cultural cooperation, also the more and more recognition of the creative industries as a real powerhouse for economic development. And in this sense also we had a quite interesting job development inside the cultural and creative sector. So the latest figures are from Ernst & Young, where we had in Europe counted 7.6 million jobs in the cultural and creative industries, and an increase of 10% between 2013 and 2019. So this brings us more or less to the situation where we were when the pandemic started. And the effects of the pandemic were considerable. So we had to face unprecedented loss, but also unprecedented and a lot of public support. So for the study for the European Parliament, we elaborated the so-called heat map, where we analyzed the different cultural and creative sectors, and also the different key indicators related to those areas which were most affected by the pandemic. So we can summarize for the sectors is quite easily and fast said. All the cultural and creative sectors were heavily impacted by the pandemics and the related mitigation measures, maybe with one real exception, the games and animation sector, and also parts of radio and TV were not really affected. When we look at the key indicators, the picture becomes very clear. So, of course, it was obvious that audiences could not access anymore so easily cultural activities and cultural events. But the most striking effects were on the non-standard workers, on the freelancers, and also on business networking. So these sectors work from or function in a networked way. So there is a need for encounter, there is a need for meeting people, there is a need also to travel to develop business opportunities. And all this was cut, and therefore the sectors were very, very heavily impacted also to further develop their business in the longer term. And non-standard workers in many countries lost immediately their contracts and their work, and also then their income. But I said there was also some positive elements. So we know that there was tremendous loss. For example, alone for the German cultural and creative sectors, there was an estimate in 2020 that 40 billion euros will be lost in the CCS. But at the same time, also in autumn 2020, support measures and emergency support programs in Europe already raised up to 8 billion euros. So you see the big gap between loss and support, but no one of us could have imagined to have an additional 8 billion euros invested in culture and the arts in such a short period. So it had, in that sense, both perspectives. Yes, what needs to be seen now is the way out. So we knew and we know that the crisis is heavily impacting the CCS, and it's a dramatic situation. But with the relaunch programs, they were then also continued in the beginning of 2021. A lot of additional opportunities were made available at least in Europe. We know that we are in the European situation somehow in a specific context, as there is a lot of money available and invested still in the cultural and creative sectors. So we've seen large budgets also for innovation support programs. There were also much more flexibility in the public administration, so related to more experimental settings or new ways of supporting the cultural and creative sectors. For example, that there were also funding for the development of concepts, of project concepts we had never before. Then also there was a high visibility of innovation topics, also which became visible to the society. For example, during the whole pandemic time, artists, cultural operators developed new formats in order to make arts and culture still accessible, and also to invest in social cohesion. So this provided a sort of momentum to demonstrate what is the social and the societal value of culture. So maybe to name one example is the courtyard concerts and similar activities in order to invest in the cohesion of the society. And in addition, what was also quite positive was the engagement of private foundations. We've seen in several member states a cooperation between, for example, national cultural ministries and several private foundations joining forces in order to enlarge the support for the cultural and creative sectors, and also to show commitment and also the importance of the sector and the value of the sectors. But there were also, on the other side, yes, I could say missed opportunities or persisting challenges. So what we have observed when analyzing all these programs, that there was very slow transformation from emergency support to innovation support. So, or even that emergency was not combined very rapidly with emergency. Then there was parts of the private sector which completely stopped backing the sector, for example, private investors, but also insurance companies, which regards, for example, the insuring of events. Then also there became very well visible that still lots of non-cultural decision makers had not understand really the broader value of culture for development, economic and social development, and also in the European context very well visible the huge territorial differences. So in some countries there were almost no help available, no support, no innovation or relaunch programs available in order to bring back the cultural and creative sector. So this brings me to future perspectives. What can we learn and what could be ways out of the crisis? So I would first of all question already the crisis narrative. I think we should understand that there is always transformation, there is always a need to adapt to new needs, to new circumstances, to new frameworks. I think what made it special and very well visible in 2020 and 2021 was maybe the disruptive power of changes, so that change can be very strong, lasting, etc. This was maybe also something that just in the European context we were not used anymore to this type of persisting and deep crisis. But in a sense, when we can accept that transformation, change is part of life, so we can maybe also come out of this crisis narrative, because the crisis narrative always implies something like we are lost, we cannot act anymore. And if we would more use the word of transformation, we could maybe better translate that action is needed, and that the only way out is to reflect and to act again in order to go forward. The next thing, action for what, and action into which direction. So there is a real need to understand the CCS as an integral part of innovative and cohesive societies. So it needs already in all action a broad notion of innovation, if we want to say it in these terms. So an openness to new ways of doing, to new formats, to new ways of collaboration. So a wide range of answers to transformation. And I think it needs also clear focus on people. So in many of the relaunch programs in former kind of crisis situations, we focused a lot of infrastructure, but it's not about concrete and it's not about building. It's now an opportunity to bring people closer to transformation, to have participative settings, but also to address more questions like jobs that turn over. So also to understand, and I've stated already the figures from Ernst & Young in 2019, so there is a lot of jobs in the cultural and creative sectors because it's based on people's work and not on machines' work. So in that sense, to focus on that. And maybe a last point here also, and this links again to the climate challenges, climate change and environmental question. So to start all action also in the understanding that it has a global dimension, that it's not only a local question. So to open up from unilateral to multilateral, to open up European discourses to global discourses, and especially also in all these levels, cities have a very crucial role to play as actors of international collaboration, as being close to the citizens, as being able to generate the will and the motivation and the opportunities for participation, and also to show a lot of good practices related to new ways of doing, of transformation, of innovation. And I think this conference here shows already the will, the interest, and the possibilities and opportunities of the local level to be a very crucial actor for future-oriented perspectives and use opportunities for the cultural and creative sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Silvia. Silvia Mann, Policy Advisor and EU Expert and Director of InfoRelais, Tailored Consulting Service on Culture. Thank you for your insightful presentation indeed, and for all you shared about the impact and especially the way forward, and turning the emergency support into innovation support, into innovative cultural policies. And so the questions that then will also animate the discussion with our speakers both here and connected online are not only about the impact of COVID on the lives of artists, creators and cultural workers, but also about what cultural policies can be implemented, can be developed, also starting from a city level in the cultural systems of cities in the face of the recoveries. And also not to forget, what can artists and creators do themselves to support and accompany the recovery? In order to do so and to open also up the conversation here in Izmir and online, I will start by asking to share and to screen the video message of the mayor of Magadan, Yuri Grishan. That's ready. Thank you.
Пандемия COVID-19, распространяясь по планете, вызвала беспрецедентные ответные меры. Социальное дистанцирование, запрет на скопление людей, закрытие границ остановили значительную часть экономики как в столичных, так и провинциальных городах. В Магадане удар пришелся на сферу культуры, выставочную и развлекательную сферу, образования. В период карантина мы закрыли театры и кино, музеи и детские клубы, школы и библиотеки. Тем не менее, сфера культуры в период пандемии стала одним из источников улучшения эмоционального состояния людей. Учреждения культуры оперативно перешли на альтернативные цифровые площадки, онлайн-экскурсии, онлайн-концерты, онлайн-конкурсы. Музеи, галереи и библиотеки создали виртуальные туры и расширили доступ к электронным версиям книг. Театры и концертные залы организовали прямые онлайн-трансляции, выступления, а артисты исполняли свои произведения для поклонников через социальные сети. Кризис COVID-19 оказал особенно негативное влияние на сферу занятости работников творческих профессий. Ограничительные меры не позволили в полной мере показать свою деятельность. Все проходило онлайн. Создавался видео и аудиоконтент, который потом выставлялся в социальные сети. В Магадане одной из популярных площадок стал Инстаграм. Практически каждое учреждение имеет в этой социальной сети свою страничку. Тем не менее, цифровизация оказывает негативное влияние на культуру. Человек, нуждаясь в живом общении, в прямом соприкосновении с искусством, в период пандемии вынужден проводить время наедине с гаджетом.
To spend his time together with his gadget. An artist, a teacher cannot see the response of a student, of the audience, and recovery of all concert activity was started with a limitation measured, with a partial feeling of the audience, nearly 60-70% of the audience, and following all sanitary norms, wearing masks, gloves, using antiseptics, all rooms are treated. We have purchased air recirculators. I cannot say that we can see any crisis in the sphere of tourism because of the closure of the borders. The internal tourism of Russia increased. Magadan is an exotic place of the north, and it has become one of the attractive directions, and guests are coming here all year round. As all seasons are very interesting and wonderful, and each of its seasons has seen its own tourists.
The mayor of Magadan, and as you have listened, more than seen, linguistic diversity is very well present in the room. Not only Russian, but also Turkish, English, French, Spanish are spoken in this panel, and so thank you also for the interpreters, to the interpreters for their work. Next, I will move to Laia Gash Casals, so online connected with us. Laia is the Senior Advisor on Culture and Creative Industries in London and Director of Partnership of the World Cities Cultural Forum. I will then give the floor to Laia Gash Casals. Thank you, Laia, for being connected with us, and you have the floor also to share with us what is your view on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on cultural actors and what is the way out from it. Thank you.
We okay? Yeah, great. Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me. I mean, I think I'm not saying anything new when we say the impact has been devastating. We were the first to close and the last to open. And this has been said time and time over again. And that's because culture and the creative industries are based on basically on bringing people together, on the sort of sense of communion in the broader sense of the word, is about bringing people to a shared space. And of course, that with the pandemic got thrown out of the window. And I think the other thing we've seen, and it's been said, I think I heard it on some other panels today, this sort of interlinked with other industries. So how culture and the creative industries are interlinked, for example, with hospitality, with retail, with tourism, with the nighttime economy, how much sort of those sectors are really feeding from each other. And indeed, between sort of culture and the creative industries, some people see them as quite separate, but they're not. They're very interdependent. And you know, film and television rely on the talent or in theatre and vice versa. So it's really an ecosystem, and that has been sort of exposed. I think what I want to share with you is some sort of examples of what we've been doing in London, but also some observations that we've been having on the World Culture Cities Forum, because we have this global network of about 40 cities. And we've been having webinars over the past 18 months with the cities and sharing sort of our ideas and our reaction and our solutions and responses to the pandemic. I often call the forum an intellectual property free zone where we steal each other's best ideas. And this during the pandemic has been really useful because we were dealing with very similar issues, even though each city was at different stages, but we were able to share sort of where a city was grappling with certain issues, and then others we could learn from different cities. So I wanted to share some of the trends that we have observed. I mean, I think in general, we all agree, you know, that the pandemic has accelerated and exacerbated some of the issues that we already had. They were already there. And Sylvia's already named them, no? The fragility of the workforce, the loss of the small infrastructure, the small venues, the grassroots infrastructure. And then in some cases, the dependency of our city centers with tourism and the travel industry. And of course, the priority for our city governments now is to reopen the cities safely and to focus in a lot of the cases on our city centers, who some of them have been hollowed out during the pandemic. So culture has had and is having a key role and has a key sort of driving force to reopening the cities. For example, in London, we're doing a project called Let's Do London, which is a program of cultural activities, outdoor cinema, family events, to attract people back into the city center, to give confidence to the city to come back into the city center, spend their time there. And I know that other cities are doing the same. And this has an impact on hospitality, on retail, et cetera, et cetera. So culture as a key driver. But in terms of trends, I just want to point really briefly on 5 trends. One is data, the importance of data. We need to measure what we're losing. So a lot of cities are taking this opportunity to look at cultural infrastructure plans. How do we measure what we have and how we measure what we lose? Second, the rush to digital. You know, we've all rushed to online box sets, to gaming, to Zoom choirs, to opera online. But the question and the opportunity here is how we monetize it, how we make sure that our creatives get a fair share and a fair pay. Number 3 is the equity and inclusion. You know, inequalities have been reinforced, where we had to give sort of emergency support very quickly, and governments are not used to giving support very quickly. You know, we've got processes for the right reasons. And then sort of sometimes the money just went to the same people, and we just reinforced these inequalities. What we did in London, for example, we did some micro grants to go to organizations that had never had support from the city government because they were too small, community organizations, but yet they're really important to the fabric of the city. So I think, again, it's an opportunity for us to look at how we reach those organizations that we don't usually reach, and we're not sort of increasing the inequalities. And then number 4 has been said over and over again, the job fragility, absolutely exposed to freelancers. I think the lesson here is about the lack of understanding from government on the importance of the self-employment and freelance workforce in the creative sector. In London, it's 50% of the creative workforce, and they need the same rights. They need to be understood. They need to be supported. We're developing a charter for good practice, almost like a bill of rights for freelancers. And like, thing like Sylvia said, it's like people in this industry. This industry is something based on people. So they're the jobs of the future. We're not going to automate. I think a statistic we use all the time is creative jobs are 80% less at risk of automation. So these are the jobs of the future, but often rely on short contracts and freelance. And then finally, just to finish, is the role of recovery, but most importantly, the role of reform. How we reform, because we need to take this opportunity to make some reform. So I think culture has an important role to contribute to make better our cities, and also to contribute to urgent sort of urban agendas, if you want, urgent things like how do we deal with climate change? How do we deal with inequality in our cities? And how do we deal with the well-being of our citizens? So I think it's an opportunity for us, for culture to play a really big role in reform in our cities to make better cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Laia Gash-Casals. This Culture Forum, and indeed, as you said, first sector to close, last to open, and let's not waste this opportunity to make some reforms and to innovate. So it would be interesting now to listen the perspective from a soon-to-be European Capital of Culture, Esch-sur-Alzette, in 2022. The calendar of the capitals of culture has been reformed in a way also for 2020 and 2021 due to the pandemic. But now I will give the floor to Ralph Waltmans, indeed the Director for Culture of Esch-sur-Alzette in Luxembourg, European Capital of Culture 2022, to tell us from his perspective what the impact has been, and especially how to learn the lessons and for the way out. Ralph, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Sound is okay? Okay, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup pour l'invitation et de me permettre de partager le point de vue de...
At the same time, gives an opportunity for me to share my views. So our city is going to be European Cultural Capital. All of us, Europe-wide or worldwide, we underwent a crisis with regards to culture. So in a few months, we are going to be the cultural capital of Europe. This actually deteriorates the existing situation, because when we look at the other cultural capitals, it was quite difficult for them. So why shouldn't we actually delay? That's what we were asking ourselves. But being the cultural capital, we also benefited from the situation. Since 2017, in terms of development, it actually constitutes a big space in terms of culture. Politicians, local politicians have been actually putting culture at their focus at the local level, about innovative sectors, about creative sectors, and they have actually ordered artworks from artists, and this was actually quite interesting to see because major developments took place in this sector starting in June. All institutions and organizations started stepping outside and started ordering works, especially restaurants and hotels were in the forefront. Let's say, for example, there were only 4 people in a restaurant, then it was up to 10, then up to 40. So creative people were ready to meet outside. Certain events were organized, certain performances were staged. This was quite interesting because public sector showed that people showed great enthusiasm. We're talking about 600,000 people each night, and there were lots of performances taking place all around. And so these kind of performances, people were actually rushing towards these events and performances. From the political side, we say that there were positive impacts, and we tried to introduce some changes and transformations. We tried to change things because culture it plays a crucially important role in our age. As has been discussed in the morning sessions, if speaking about the relation between culture and politics, major record budget is allocated to culture. 1/3 of all the budget of the culture city has been allocated to culture. So we know that cultural global crisis is awaiting us, but we are doing everything we can to overcome this crisis through culture. And of course, on the one hand, the pandemic crisis started at the same outbreak at the same time with our pilot program, and in the last 3 years we have addressed many different dimensions and issues. This was about financial costs, and certain this actually created some advantages as well. So during this crisis, financial force, after the first shock, everybody came together, and there was a structural council, because after all, we're talking about a pilot city. All the professional cultural stakeholders and players, actors came together, exchanged information and ideas. They analyzed both the existing situation and the future, and this was done all through the video conferences. But these meetings were held regularly, and we came together and we taught together, and this was one of our strengths that we acquired along the way. And in 2021, we have realized that yes, city has made important advancements, especially in terms of overcoming the social crisis. An issue that was overlooked, maybe we didn't speak about, those who are going to benefit from cultural activities were actually the ones that were affected most negatively. We have taken some precautions and measures, and some public, organizers, they actually try to reach out to people, and they have talked to people, to amateurs and performers, to encourage them to create more. I think, understood that we have to set 2 things as priority. One is culture and environment, and of course, health and welfare. We have thought about these. We have contemplated prior to the pandemic, but together with the pandemic, we studied these issues with regards to the near future. In June, we are working on the second cultural plan, and in October, a cultural strategy will be presented. It will be a 10-year plan. Hopefully, through all these efforts, I have been able to convey our perspective, our local perspective. Thank you, Ralph. The 2021 Cultural Capital. Thank you. Now we're going all the way to Canada. Christian will be speaking about art, Director of Art Institute. Thank you for giving me the floor. Yes, I don't want to reiterate what has already been said. In Canada as well, there has been huge impact on our culture, similarly to Europe. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, there was a cultural shock taking place. Restaurants and hospitality sectors have been negatively impacted by the pandemic, and in the public sector, there was a 8% decline in public employment in these areas, especially in the area of culture and creative sectors. We are focusing too much on economy, but maybe we should also touch upon the social dimension of the issue, especially if they are in need of psychological help, assistance. 72% of artists need some psychological assistance because somehow they were harmed or negatively affected. So therefore, we are emphasizing the importance of culture, especially in the area of economy. But as my colleague has mentioned, in Quebec, we are offering support, extending support, but the pandemic showed the importance of culture. We have realized that culture is a part of the solution. In April 2020, at the onset of the outbreak, we have been discussing this with governors, local administrations, so that we understood that culture has to be at the center of everything. And how can we overcome this economic crisis? There is a pandemic standing there as a fact, but culture can also be a part of the recovery axis, and surprisingly enough, we have realized that governors and municipalities are saying you can't do this, but this was actually a way out of the crisis. Local communities actually reacted. There is a local dimension that needs to be taken into account when considering these issues. Looking at things from a philosophical standpoint, we see that culture has an important role or a positive contribution to make, but we didn't know how to place culture. There are certain tangible or concrete examples that I can share with you. In a city called Montreal, in a suburb that is a little out of the city center, there was an accommodation facility. Certain artists were staging performances here, and people were actually visiting this site, which is a little outside Montreal. This was actually, we were discussing how to overcome this crisis, and we have devised a project. And we call this peer-to-peer art. Artists, whether it's photography, visual arts, or other forms of arts, they make packages, or let's say garments. People were actually evaluating these as if it was an art contest. They were actually sending door to door, presenting their artwork to people. And when people were isolated, when homes were, people were shut down at their homes, people, this actually encouraged people to create artwork. But those artists who wanted to go to Montreal these were the artists that wanted to make an impact on their community or society. This is a local example, and this also reflected or had an impact on public policies. And we are talking about the effect or influence of culture on sustainable development. When we are discussing among each other, we are thinking that other diverse sectors can be included in the process. I'm sure a similar situation exists in other cities. And certain activities are being held in the social domain. How can people gather? Let's say the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Culture and Economy. How can we get together to take certain decisions, and how can we launch some pilot programs, pioneering projects? These are the issues that we have been discussing in Quebec, and how we can view the future. We are creating some documents, drafting documents. We are making certain networks are being formed, and funding. The projects were funded by Canada and UNESCO, and through certification or documentation, these figures, these modes of working together were being elaborated. And this was also the situation with regards to cultural events, how to organize cultural events. Thank you. Mr. Shell, thank you.
Can inspire our participants, speakers, and audience. And now from the local level, let's move a bit up, and let's go to the European level. Let's listen what are the policies and what is the policy thinking at the European Commission about indeed this topic and the future of cultural policies after the pandemic, not to go back to the world of before, but to co-create together one better. And I give the floor, connected from Brussels, to Maciej Hoffman, who works at the Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport and Culture, DG EAC, in the unit of cultural policy. Maciej, you have the floor. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much, Gabriele, for this introduction. Can you all see me and hear me?
Yes, very well.
Okay, perfect. I'm very happy to be there with you. I'm sad it's happening in this virtual way, but anyway, I'm saying hello from unexpectedly sunny city of Brussels. You know, it's not always the case, but yeah, just to say that I'm of course very jealous for those of you who were able to travel to Izmir and to as it was said, experience this moment of gathering together and exchanging. At the same time, again, I'm very happy for this invitation, and I would be happy to also share a few thoughts from the European Commission on the topics that were discussed, maybe also picking up on what other speakers have already said. I'll try to be relatively brief, but there's essentially 3 points on which I wanted to kind of touch upon. So first of all, the issue of collecting data. Second, the policy measures, and thirdly, also what we can learn and how we can and could observe what culture and creative sectors are doing, and in which ways these sectors can actually contribute in this building back better that we're talking about. So first of all, on the data issue, I mean, it was already raised by some of the speakers, and we are in very much similar situation in the European Commission as a service that works on broadly understood culture and creative sectors. So of course, we do support culture per se in European policies and European programs. We support artistic creation and cultural diversity, but in many cases also what we do is linked to broader European Union policies. We look at cultural sectors as, you know, as part of this ecosystem that was also mentioned. And what's important in this case that, of course, we kind of tend to rely to economic data when we look at culture. And this is something we've been, you know, doing in the past a lot. This is something, of course, we're doing now. We're trying to grasp the extent of the current crisis. But I think from our perspective in the Commission, it's yet again the discussions that, of course, we've had before, but now, you know, with this completely different angle on what culture can do for social inclusion and cohesion, what culture can do for health and well-being. And I think in this sense, COVID-19 actually created a situation when many of us witnessed firsthand, you know, the beneficial effects of culture. On many ways, of course, the work we do is about convincing our colleagues in other Commission services about the importance of supporting culture when it comes to other policies. So, you know, these other policies, of course, can include topics from local and regional development to knowledge and innovation through education and so on. Essentially, in every EU policy, you can find links to culture. And this is something we also were trying to work. Of course, when COVID hit, our first and immediate reaction was to look at what we have at hand, to look at Creative Europe program that we have, which is in fact the only specific EU program dedicated to culture and creative sectors. We wanted to make it as flexible as possible for the applicants, and we tried, of course, to also mobilize the money we still had left. The issue, of course, and the big challenge was that the crisis happened a bit in the vacuum, essentially between towards the end of the funding period of 2014-2020 and just before the adoption of the new European Union budget 2021-2027, because as probably many of you know, the European Union programs and budgets are decided for this period of 7 years. So yeah, but I mean, one of the big challenges for us was also try and make sure that cultural opportunities are there for the future, not only in this Creative Europe program for 2021-2027. And here I'm also very happy to share with you, representative of the city of Esch spoke about great success in December last year. We actually had a very similar success in the sense that this was the moment of adoption of new European Union budget, and we are also very happy to see a huge increase of budget for the Creative Europe program, but also potential hooks and interesting opportunities for culture across different EU programs, from Recovery and Resilience Facility, which is an instrument put at the disposal of member states to help tackle the crisis, to Horizon Europe, which is a European Union program supporting research and innovation. And this program also now has a special dedicated cluster for culture and creative sectors specifically. Then, of course, the opportunities for structural funds, which is essentially roughly 1/3 of the whole European Union budget, the money that is spent by the EU to reduce the discrepancies between regions. But this money can also support culture in many ways. So there are quite a few opportunities now for the years to come, and this is also very, very unexpected and I would say historical in a way to have so many of those. And what we are doing now is, of course, find good ways to promote them, to make the culture and creative sectors aware of what's available for them. And with this in mind, we're currently working on this online information tools and an online interactive guide for culture operators to essentially help them in just 3 clicks to find information about potential programs that could be interesting for them based on their choice of sector, type of entity, and the needs that they have. And of course, we'll continue this work. In terms of policies, we are also very much focusing recently on reopening. And at the end of June, the Commission has adopted and proposed this document, the EU guidelines on safe reopening for culture and creative sectors. Of course, we did it together with the European Center for Disease Prevention and Control and its Health Security Committee. But the idea here is also to help the member states and help the sectors with gradual reopening and essentially, going back to this new normal that we've been so much talking about. It's of course soft document in the sense that we cannot impose anything on cities, regions, and the member states, but it's a good source of good practices and a source of common work together. And what's also important as my last point is that there is a lot we can learn actually from culture and creative sectors themselves. So yeah, Gabriel knows it very well because he represents Culture Action Europe, one of the 28 networks that are actually supported by Creative Europe program. And we do have a number of these networks also who are working to share actually strong political messages, but also share solutions with policymakers on the local, regional, national, and European level. This is very important. Also, another example of an action we did last year, the platform called Creatives Unite. The idea was to also propose a platform for cultural sectors to share their practices and to share what they are doing. So essentially now you can go on the creativesunite.eu website and you can see more than 1,000 published posts with different solutions. And I very much encourage you to do that. And I very much encourage you to stay tuned to what we are proposing to you and possibly follow the Creative Europe on social media to know about the upcoming calls, opportunities, and our actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maciej Hoffman, Policy Officer at the Directorate General for Culture, Education, Youth and Sport at the European Commission. Indeed, thanks for sharing with us what the European Commission is doing and how the political, European solutions are also being rolled out. Moving from the European political perspective to that of also the cultural workers, the cultural professionals, I would like now to give the floor and also to thank all of you for bearing with us, even though we are a bit behind our schedule. I would like now to give the floor to Nathalie Gué, who's the Secretary General of the International Federation of Coalitions for Cultural Diversity, indeed, to give her the opportunity to share a bit what is the view seen from the cultural workers, the cultural professionals, especially as we said also with Sylvia before, this has been a topic that was present already before and has been exacerbated in a way by the pandemic. Oui. Nathalie, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Bonjour à toutes et tous.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank everyone. Being here is I'm very pleased to be here. So I can repeat what has been said so far. Everyone is aware that in our sector there are a lot of people affected in this art and culture sector, but everything is starting right now. And we have years to go, and we have to keep working. And in some countries, social security measures were not there, and to protect the creators, the measures were not enough. And at this very area, we try to support the people, but not the same measures were applied in all the countries, and people had to leave the sector in a mass. That affected the sector very much, and these people had to leave the sector because they had to find a livelihood for themselves, and they were trying to survive. when the pandemic passes and when it will be over, we don't know that. And in these many countries, people were by themselves. For example, in Paraguay, for example, we make meetings with them, and the artists are in a very challenging situation there. And the Ministry of Culture, in order to support the artists, they have to come up with the places for soup kitchens and public soup kitchens, and of course there were some measures to be there. So the situation is very challenging, and we have to continue the measures. The crisis affected that, and at this very point, I'd like to talk about the digitalization and fasting of the. There was an emergency in cultural areas, so to harmonize these to digital environment, of course, there needed to be some incentives, and the cultural policies in this sector, that some things cannot be managed. For example, the copyrights are one of the areas that there is always a problem, and in online activities there is a huge increase that is being observed, and this increase is observed in certain platforms. There was an intensifying of some sectors, and in these platforms there is the vertical. Vertically, it has to be reflected on certain layers. For example, producers. I am talking about the other chains of the chain of value. And of course, we have to look at the situation. The public has to audit this, and the digitalization and copyright should be audited. The visibility is very important, and also the masses should be able to access it to contents. Sometimes they have these, and of course the successes should be seen in a positive way. We cannot blame the people for being successful, but as much as possible, we have to develop public policies to support this. There are some debates in Canada, for example, regarding the right of the freedom of expression. And of course, the creators should be there in the governance debates. So the internet is a public space right now. The internet is something else, and the masses regarding the access of contents, the creators should be involved in the debates. And I think that this should be taken into account as well. Thank you very much for your very nice contribution. Attention, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Natalie Gay, who was also the last of our online speakers for today. So we revert back here to Izmir, to Azadeh Ramezani, who's here sitting on my right. Thank you, Azadeh, for being with us. As I said before, she's an artist and the co-creator of the project Balconnection. The tagline of the project is using balconies to exhibit artworks. We have already had a chance to exchange a bit on the project, and it's extremely interesting and inspiring. So now, Azadeh, you have the floor also to tell our participants more about Balconnection.
Öncelikle bizi buraya davet ettiğiniz için okay. Off, on, okay. Herkese merhabalar. Bizi buraya davet ettiğiniz ve bize bu fırsatı tanıttığınız için Bal Connection inisiyatifi adına teşekkür ederim.
I'd like to thank you for on behalf of Bal Connection. Since the morning, we listened to different stories, different countries, and we listened to the policies of different governments on art and policy, and they're very nice. Everyone is trying to survive the crisis.
And in metropolitan cities, it has posed a crisis culturally in an artistic way, especially in metropolitan cities. We experience it. So I would like to talk more about Bal Connection. Bal Connection has been founded by the artists. It's an initiative, and it transforms the semi-institutional areas to full institutions. And it gives some priorities to artists, to art lovers, and to the people who are not dealing with art at all. I mean an ordinary citizen, everyone on the street. It makes a bridge between those people. Therefore, between art and society, it strengthens the bonds and makes a dialogue between the two. Bal Connection has its own artistic way, and without that way, and a piece of art is being helped to be introduced. Now, I'd like to talk about the history of Bal Connection, because that's of great importance for us. In 2016, we held an individual project, and it was the result of that project in the town of Selçuk. Actually, you heard the name of the Ephesus. Ephesus is the old name of it. For 100 years, its name has been used as Selçuk. So it's the center of culture, art, and philosophy. And 3,500 years ago, yeah, it was a place, it was a metropolitan city a long time ago. But now it doesn't have an independent gallery, unfortunately, right now. In the town of Selçuk right now, we would like to establish our own balcony, and we transformed it for our individual project. And in our environment, we have some feedback, and it was important for us to show the power of the semi-used area, and our goal was to prevail its use. So the Bal Connection that we have created in the year 2019, we held a program and we presented our program there, and afterwards we supported the culture, and also we validated our cultural project. So while giving those dates, I would like to define that Bal Connection doesn't exist just after the COVID situation. Actually, in its center, it focuses on art, supply and demand, and it has existed actually for a long time to find some solutions. And in semi-community areas, it has always presented art, and against the poverty, it has been a reaction, and under the conditions of poverty, we prepared all our conditions, and just before the COVID-19 process, we were already ready. Culture and art consists of seeds that needs to be cultivated all the time. We need to water it every time. In its center, we need to grow our fruits, and although we have done so, it hasn't presented enough varieties. And we need more. Yeah, it doesn't mean that we are against galleries or museums. On the contrary, we want that the institutions to be prevailed. And it needs to increase from bottom to up point. And in its center, we are not presenting only art. Bulk connection increases the demand for art. And it needs some institutions to give a response and to encourage art. And in short, bulk connection is an invitation, in short. And in our places, it makes the people connect with art, and also the institutions, the foundations, and also every institution that recognizes our independence are being invited for the cooperation. What's our biggest problem here? It is the sustainability is our biggest problem. Well, because many independent institutions' problem is sustainability as well. Especially the demand for art is going really very slow. Even though we find some support for the initiatives, the individual demands and also the support is of great importance. And if we are talking about individual resources, we are just facing a crisis, and especially in a case of economic crisis, we may feel fatigue, and that's why we may get rid of what we have in our hand. For example, when we are talking about hospitals, the conditions, especially if the conditions are bad enough, and if we cannot nurture those conditions in a positive way, of course we cannot proceed. Therefore, and as an independent initiative, for the last 2 years we have been experiencing it, and we have been witnessing that the people around us, the artists, whether the people in our neighborhoods or maybe the people in other countries, the people and the artists are ready to cooperate, and here we recognize their independence, and also they are looking forward to the sincerity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Today, indeed, the main message is that artists are ready to cooperate, and so in the also face of this new wave of creation of innovative cultural policies, let's bear in mind, especially of those who work with policy making that have been with us connected today or in the room. Thank you very much for indeed bearing with a tight schedule and the fact that we are running out of time. Maybe just to see whether either from online or from the live audience there is any one, I would say, question, intervention that you would like to make. Seeing none, and also in reason of the time that already 1957 here in Izmir, and I will give probably the final word to our keynote speaker, Sylvia Mann, for concluding this session and also wrapping it up in light of what we have listened to, just a couple of final words of hope, I hope, Silvia, and thank you.
Yes, this was a clear message, Gabriele. I do my best to give some positive final comments. But in a way, I think it became very clear that culture has a lot of power of transformation, also from the artistic project we have heard at the very end. But I think at the same time, it became also clear, just also from the last statement, there needs to be also frameworks, of course, from the demand side, from the offer side. So maybe to still highlight some elements related to that, like social rights, fair payment, but also earning in the digital space, accessibility. So lots of things which are on the table, structural changes which need to be addressed and need to find answers in a multi-level governance framework. So this is very clear, but here we are in the context of a conference of cities, and maybe to make some two final statements related to that. I think with the pandemic we had an interruption of social cohesion. And now it's also time to rebuild societies. And I think there cities have to play a crucial role. This will be something which is really important. And culture plays also a crucial role for cities, because what makes the city? Why do you go to a city? Why do you travel there? Why do you want to stay there? If you go through these arguments, it's most often cultural or artistic or creativity, all these kind of experiences you cannot have somewhere else. And maybe another thing, we are here in an international, in a global conference. And the second element which was really cut by this pandemic was international exchange and cooperation. And also here again, culture, and also together with the local level in this logic of local to local cooperation, play a crucial role. Without this engagement, we will not be able to rebuild this exchange, but this international exchange means also building the ground for international solidarity. And all these challenges we are having ahead of us, climate change, but also democratic questions related to that, also migration, all these questions are international questions. These cannot be solved in a national context. So I hope very much on cities and actors and people engaging for that to rebuild societies and also international cooperation and solidarity.
Thank you, Silvia. And indeed, as you said, transnational exchange has been put on hold for quite some time, for 18 long months. So again, thank you to UCLG for having us today, for enabling us to reconnect or connect with each other, both in a physical and hybrid digital way. Thank you for the city of Izmir for hosting us, and with the hope that indeed was present in your last remarks, Silvia, and the hope that comes from the projects we've listened about, and the various interventions coming either from a municipal, local level or from a transnational level. With that degree of hope, I think that our session is now over, and thank you very much for being with us both online and here in the room. And so I guess that the summit continues tomorrow. Thank you. Have a nice evening.